Good morning and good after, or just about hit good afternoon. How are we all?
Good. How are you, Kirk?
Good, good. Just getting over a cold, so I'm
Oh,
not at my 100% as usual. But we're all here. That's the main thing. Mark,
You've upgraded your office.
I've hidden a lot of stuff in my office. Is a difference. This banner is
those are
doing an
great,
awful
aren't
lot.
they?
Yeah.
Because you can just hide all your junk behind them, and
Yeah, for the past couple of months, we had some kind of refurbishment works downstairs in our bedroom. So this room was really, really jam-packed with boxes. So I literally had a path that got from the stairs to my desk and back. So I'm very pleased to have a bit more room, but it's still a mess. So I still need the banner.
looks
You've
fine.
obviously got your heating turned up a lot more than the rest of us as well.
Well, being up in the loft does have its advantages. So I do have a blanket on as well, though. So I'm not completely
Just trying to look hard by wearing a t-shirt while the rest of us are like sort of.
I mean, the blanket look has a very good look, but then you wouldn't be able to see the BoS logo on my t-shirt. So have to try and even it out.
BoS blankets merchandise for next.
And
We had them.
Yeah,
That's
we had
the
them
one
one
away.
year.
Oh, you got them. Oh, great.
I think that must have been what, 2013, 2012,
2010.
like 10, even further back. So yeah, long time ago. So I have a little bit of housekeeping to do. So what I'm going to do is, as there's a couple of you, I will pop you out into little quick breakout rooms where you can introduce yourself to each other. While I do some very boring clicking and making sure that everything is working.
Okay.
So off you pop. Good afternoon or good morning from wherever you are signing in from. I am just doing a little bit of housekeeping just before we get underway. So I'm going to pop you into a breakout room where you can introduce yourself to some of the other attendees. And yeah, have a chat with some of your fellow people. So let me just pop you into some rooms.
Hi, Sharon.
Hi.
How are you?
It's not too bad.
Excellent. Excellent. I think you've got a few people here. Oh. There's Joe.
So you're on the business of software account, Mark.
Am I?
Yes.
Okay, I shall jump out. I
Thank you.
wasn't weird.
Hi, Joe. Welcome to
morning.
Business of Software. How are you today?
Good.
Good.
Am I the first one here?
You're not. There's a bunch of people all in some breakout rooms, just getting to know each other while I do some boring maintenance and making sure that all the links and everything are up to date
Oh,
and
okay.
working.
Got it.
So I'll pop you out and you can go speak to some more interesting people that are more interesting than me for sure. Off you pop. Good morning and good afternoon. For those who have just joined, we are just getting started. And there's some networking breakout rooms available for you. So let's have a look and see who we can send you to go talk to some interesting people. Go to you.
Is that me?
That's you.
Oh, that's so strange because I was logged into my proper account, and then when I clicked on the link, it went into the other one. Strange.
Very bizarre.
And
But
I
yes,
was still logged into Zoom behind it, strangely, and it started giving me messages about, do I want to reclaim host? Very strange. Anyway, not to fret.
yes. So I think
But we've
everything is all up to date and everything is all working.
Wow, that's a novelty. That's
Now,
not.
when you're seeing things and it's all kind of going correctly, you kind of goes, oh, really?
What's going on here?
It's like, no, can't be doing that.
Edgy.
Just need to turn captions on. So I'm going to bring everyone back, shuffle them all up, and send them off again. If that's all right with you?
Right. Yeah. Hang on. Well, when they come back,
Yes.
let's. Hi, Keji. Let's ask them to introduce themselves and things, but then come back and share some things they want to get out of the day in the chat. Get them used to the.
And they'll come back in 30 seconds.
Hi, Steve. Which Steve is that? You don't have your video on, so I don't have a screen up for you, but I think there's quite a few Steves here today.
So it's a very good name.
It's strong. And we have an M Stevens and a Mark Stevens.
I know, it was very confusing.
I'm not confused.
Are you, is that a colleague? The M Stevens?
I've never met him before.
Is an imposter.
You should ask him to
Everyone can
introduce
remember
himself.
who they are. That would be lovely.
That would be great. So who's come the furthest to be here?
Mexico?
But you're still at home.
I am at home.
Question. Expect the unexpected at BoS Online. Very lovely to see you. It's quite early in the morning there.
It's quite early in the morning.
Wow. Wow. Well, I hope we can repay your early start with some entertaining conversation, some nice people, hopefully some learnings. So why don't you say hello, Erin? Why don't you introduce yourself? Because one of the things that we're very keen on doing is to put names to faces and let people know who you are and what your challenges are and what you want to talk about and who you want to meet?
Well, sure. My name is Erin Ferris. I work for Cambridge University Press and Assessment, and I am a quite new product manager, basically figuring out what my job is.
Is that a
That
general?
never goes away, Erin. Don't.
Is that is that a CUPA thing generally?
It could be. We have it's a new thing for part of the organization. It's not a new thing for some of the organizations. So, but it's also different pockets have quite different needs within the company anyway. And so I think we're feeling our way around a little bit to sort out who exactly is doing what. We have product owners and product managers in this particular part of the company, and we have several different products we're looking after at the same time.
Yeah.
So I think we're just sort of feeling our way around.
Gotcha.
Got lots to learn.
Yeah. Who are you going to nominate from CUPA to introduce themselves next? The power.
Well, that's a good question.
It's
I'm
a
not
great
sure
question.
I could even tell you who else is from CPU.
I know Sharon is. I can hear her laughing.
Yeah,
can't-
Mark, should I introduce myself? And very
not?
nice to meet you, Erin.
Hi, Sharon.
How lovely we work for the same organization, and yet we met at this very best conference. It's just amazing. So actually, I'm based in Cambridge. So I recently joined a new team called the Agile Services team. So within the team, we have three functions: product management, UX design, and agile coaching. So the purpose of the team is helping the organization to move to a more product-led way of working. So yes, Erin, I think you're feeling you're not alone. Many people of our product people are figuring their way out. So that's all from me. Should I nominate?
Yeah, I think this is a good game. They don't have to be colleagues.
Joey.
Joe Pike.
Yeah, Joe. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Joe. Oh, yeah, that's me. And it's actually the last name is hi Mark. Is pitch. It's just like baseball, I guess, or sales. Strange spelling though.
We'll call you Joe Bowl because we play cricket, which is the correct game.
That's right. Yeah, like on the pitch. Right. It's used in all different contexts. Actually, skiing, the pitch is usually the steep part.
Oh, yeah. Got
Right. So I'm at a company here with my colleague Patrick called Bionic Advertising Systems. We're a software company, actually part of a company called Nextmark, which started back in 1999. So we've been at it for a while, and always delivering web software from day one, which was quite challenging in early days, even challenging today. And so I think some of our big challenges right now are around, you had mentioned, Sharon, product-led growth. That's an aspiration for us as well. And a lot of our efforts for this year are focused around systematizing our customer support and onboarding processes. And so that's a real challenge here, as well as just making changes to our software to really assist with that aspect of our business. So we feel like the product itself is solid, but we're still challenged with bringing customers through the process of signing up, to getting trained, to being successful, and all the processes around that.
Excellent. That's very good news. And who are you going to nominate, Joe?
Well, I'll make it easy. I'll just go to my colleague Patrick here. So Patrick, I believe, is online, and he can just continue. He just joined the company a week ago, so he might just say what he said. But yeah, so Patrick is here, and he just joined our team, and this is a big initiative for him personally as well.
Fantastic.
Great. Nice to meet everybody. My name is Patrick, as Joe mentioned, and fairly new to Bionic, and Joe asked me, maybe good to kind of hop on here as I'm kind of just downloading everything from the company as well from that standpoint. But a bit of a history for my professional career. I have experience in customer success, but also a kind of a unique experience as well in diving into product management and development as well. So I think that was one of the key skills here that I'm joining the team with Joe, is to kind of see where we can plug and play some more connections between the customer support success team, interactions with the product development team. So I thought it was a really great webinar to really just kind of see, learn more about some of the experts and what they have in terms of blending, those two interdepartments together.
Yeah. Well, that's great. Although I'm going to take you up very, very fiercely on one particular thing you said there. This is not a webinar. Webinars
Symposium.
are things
Sorry.
that we can call it anything that involves interaction. I hate webinars. Everyone I sign up for, I end up getting distracted and doing some email. And because it's a very broadcast thing, it's very hard to. Well, just exhausting. And what we try to do here, and we'll talk about a little bit about it later on as well, is really, we run this as a Zoom meeting so people can meet each other and say hello and have conversations and talk, and make some of those connections that you make in at person events. But that's great. So I was speculating who the mystery Steve was. They've actually sent me a message. They can't introduce themselves. Sorry, can't introduce myself. I'm in the swimming pool with kids. Background noise is excessive. Steve. So it's actually Steve Wilkinson. But again, it's another one of the joys of online conferences, is that you can do things. I hope his cell phone is waterproof, and I'm sure we'll see him later on. But we've had people walking across fields and up and down hills and doing all sorts of things when they've been taking part in these in the past. But that's really good. So I'm not going to ask you to nominate, because I think we'll put you into some little breakout rooms again. And one of the reasons we do this is so that you can start to meet some people and make connections, but also talk about some of the things that we're talking about and get used to kind of the format of the event. And one of the things that we do for these sessions is have what we call chat storms. And a chat storm is when everybody's asked to come up with something, think of something, and then I ask you to go 1, 2, 3, put it in the chat. So you prepare what you're going to say in the chat box, and then when I say go, everyone post at the same time. So Kurt, can we put people into rooms? What I'd love to do is get you to introduce yourselves to some of the other people in the room, and also then talk about like one single thing that you'd like to take away or learn or get out of the day, and then we're going to come back and post those in the room, in the chat box. So is everybody clear what I'm asking you to do?
I'm going to guess that the silence is deafening. So we're going to say yes, they all know. So I'm going to pop you in. We're going to give you 4 minutes, because you're going to have roughly about 3 people in each room. So you're going to have 4 minutes, and then we'll call you back in. See you soon.
Oh, nice.
Dropping off, apart from our 2 speakers for today.
Do you want to drop me in a room with Lucy? Or you don't have to, we can talk here. How are you?
Good morning. No, good afternoon. I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. I'm very good. Very nice to see you. Your bike's gone.
Oh, do you know, I thought I'd tidy for you, so the bike's gone. Hi, Tim.
Hi, Lucy.
I've got a bike here usually, and sometimes I
Okay.
have a couple of irons on the floor. But I was like, it's BoS. I'm going to clean. So
Wow.
And saying that, when I was doing checks with her yesterday, it was
no,
not
don't go.
I went down a Twitter rabbit hole the other day of right move posts of people's houses where they made no attempts to tidy up at all, and there's whole kind of pages and pages of these houses on sale that nobody's cleaned up.
It's excellent. Hi, Christina.
Oh,
Sorry,
lost your head.
I moved the wrong person. Sorry,
Oh.
Lucy's going to come back to us in a second. There she is. Sorry, Lucy.
She was gone.
God, I know I'm boring, but come on.
Head conversation.
I saw someone share the kind of pictures that estate agents share, and it was, when people go, oh, you click on the link, and when you get to picture 14, and you're always like, dead body or dolls collection.
You mean you can't have both?
well, not sure how it would help the value of the house, but
Oh, God. We've got a bit of a family thing. When we were camping ages and ages ago, when the children were really wee, we found this very weird kind of 70s art book which had pictures of dolls, basically, and it was really, really creepy. And we would sort of just basically still got it, and there's a few pages left, but they kind of get ripped out and then left under someone's pillow, so when they go to bed they are very, very creepy.
are they like the old Victorian ones that if you were to like lay the doll down, the eyes just go back in the head?
Yeah,
I'm trying to visualize here.
yeah, those sorts of things. I'm probably I can find I think I know where the book is, so I might find it at some point and then just send up some freaky dolls pictures from time to time, absolutely without any context whatsoever, obviously. But,
Would not expect anything different.
yeah. How's the new digs, Tim?
Yeah, good, thank you. And we're all here. Shall I give you a little?
Yeah.
Hello, gang's here. Yeah, I'm on speakers. I'm on the headphones, so they won't be able to hear you. But yeah, so
right.
we're good.
Tell them to fuck off.
Thank you. Yeah, I might have to when I start talking, actually, in case it gets too noisy.
Are they logged in to?
Then they're not actually.
Give them a link.
But I could do.
You've
I'll
got
give them a
the
link. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will do.
Always good to have a bit of heckling.
Yeah. From whose perspective?
They
Mark?
bring
From
people
whose
back.
perspective?
They've had their 4 minutes.
Oh,
Sorry.
it's like someone's organizing this. It's like ridiculous. It's like, this is not what I signed up for.
How many people do you think are going to say, oh, 4 minutes was not enough time?
Most. Oh, it's weird. People always say, oh, that sounds like a lot, and then it never is.
Brad, I accidentally clicked the button, so I left. I was talking and then disappeared.
That's fine. So I was just asking, as you're really investing in agile coaching and product leading the organization, is that focused within the technology space?
Yeah.
Or does that go out to other parts of the business and foundation as well?
Our agile coaches currently is focused on Scrum teams, so mainly in technology. But now I'm organizing a lot of agile training across organization, including on PMO, project management office. So and also our shared services like people and culture team. So it's across the whole organization and operation. But agile coaches currently still within technology.
Okay. That's great. I think it's wonderful to see Agile being implemented as a way of thinking and doing in non-technology parts of organizations.
I agree. Brad, you're not from Tatooine. I've never seen any of the Star Wars films, but isn't that a Star Wars reference?
It is. It is
On
one of
Earth, hey,
the main
up
planets.
with the memes. There you go. Where
Well
are you?
done, Mark.
Where are you today?
Wyoming, United States.
Wow, wow. And tell us who you are.
I work as a product manager with Point of Rental Software. We provide software to the hire and rental industries. And I'm excited to learn more in some of the sessions today. Sharon and I were just talking about the hiring session that Tim has. Things we're looking forward to learning in that.
Amazing. And Brad's agreed stupidly, or perhaps naively rather than stupidly. You're obviously highly intelligent because you're here. To take a note of what he's learned over today's session, and then take it back and share with the people in his organization. And I strongly recommend people do that, because it's a fabulous way of both sharing information and sharing ideas, but also kind of marshalling your own thoughts and your own kind of thinking about what you're getting out of things. And it's quite easy when you go to things to learn stuff and have good ideas and go, oh, I'm going to put that in place and that in place, and it's almost impossible, because if you don't have a very clear first step, it almost never happens. So one of the things that we will be asking you at the end is to think about what's the thing you're going to take away from today that you'll put in place. So few new people joining us, but you've been in breakout rooms, and I set you a task of introducing yourselves and talking in a little group about what you want to get out of today, and then we're going to run that as a chat storm. Now, don't press send on the chat yet, because the fun of this, well, it's as much fun as you're going to get, friends, as it all happens at once. So get ready by opening the chat and type a little bit about what you're hoping to get out today. And then I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, send, and you all send, but don't do it yet. Anyone that sends before I say will be removed. No, they won't. So is everybody ready? Anybody need more time?
I need more time. Sorry.
Okay, that's all right, Changvoon. Are we ready? Oh, Christina, you went too early, but I'm not going to penalize you. Okay, I'm going to count to 3 and then send. So 1, 2, 3, go. Oh. Well, that's pretty interesting.
You're going to tell us who's come to the wrong conference, Mark, now?
Well, fortunately, Mark, as you can see for yourself, I think absolutely everybody here is not here on false pretenses. I think we've got some great questions, lots of things about hiring, lots of things about growth, interviewing, generally learning about product, ideas for development as marketing. It's almost as if we've got a session for that, Mark. The meaning of my existence in product management. Chris, have you solved the meaning of your existence in the world generally?
Again, my expectations are limited. I don't think you can deal with my existential crisis on this. But it was looking at the lineup. It looks great. It was just about, I've just moved into a role of product owner, so everything is just to the middle at the moment. It's great. Looking forward to it.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Well, look, let's think about having some proper, sensible, smart experty type people involved. Just before we kick off, Kirk, could you share a screen? Ba-doing.
Just like that.
So just like that, everything you need is at the attendee hub. Note that bit.ly links are case sensitive, but we also have a magic QR code. Hey, COVID was the savior of QR codes, wasn't it? Everybody knows how to use them now. So everything you need is there. We're very pleased that our online series is supported by Quiet Light. You may get to meet some of them later on, but they're over quite a long way over in the States. So I'm not sure anyone's here yet, but really appreciate their support. That's us on Twitter, and you can use the hashtag BoS2023 if anybody's still on Twitter and if anybody uses hashtags still. Christina, you had a question. Yes, that's going to be shared almost magically in the chat space right now. We have a code of conduct for all of our events, whether in person, and I'm glad you're not here in person at the moment, Mark Stevens, because that was a very big sneeze. There we go. There's the attendee hub. And yeah, the code of conduct really is: don't be an idiot and don't be mean. Don't be judgmental and don't be nasty. If you are, we'll kick you out and I'll hate you. And I don't know which is the worst of those two things for you. Don't forget, I know where everyone lives. Or I'll work it out. I shall track you down. Sessions. We've got Lucy talking about making your product a marketing engine. Really common question about how you can connect the two things. They're not two separate things, and they work much better if you bring them together. Just send a message about recording. This is being recorded. If you don't want to be recorded, or you are in a situation where you've said something that you don't want to be recorded, and you're thinking about it afterwards, please let us know. The idea is not to catch people out. The idea simply is to have a record of this, and you can go back and you can watch things as you go. So Lucy's going to be talking about product, using product as a marketing engine. We're then going to have a breakout, some networking and discussions if we've got time. One of the things that's really important online is to have breaks. So there are 2 breaks scheduled for today. And they will be about 30 minutes, sort of, give or take. They give you a chance so that you know you're going to be in a situation where you can kind of go off and make a cup of tea or coffee or beer, or I don't know, you could go for a short run, probably do 2 miles in that time. But it is really important that you're not just staring at a screen all day. And I know sometimes people are itching for emails or to have a call with someone or whatever. So we really try to make it easy and simple to do that as well. Then Tim's going to be talking about product hires and how you make them a success. Again, another really common challenge. And Jim Morris, who's over in San Francisco, so isn't here yet, but is joining us, I think, at about 5 in the morning his time. But is going to be talking about interviews, where and why you should be using interviews with customers, how you get the most out of them, and then there's going to be a sort of a breakout interactive session where you're actually going to have to do some practice interviews and get better at them. practice makes permanent, and hopefully if you practice the right things in the right way, practice makes perfect as well. So that's what we've got lined up. Anything else to share? No, it doesn't look like it is. Now, can you all come off mute for a minute? I would like you to all shout at the top of your voices, unless it's going to wake people up or whatever that is. Good morning, Lucy. What are you going to tell us today?
Good morning, Lucy.
Good morning, Lucy.
Good morning, Lucy.
Tell us
today.
What are you going to tell us
Oh, that's
today?
amazing. Right, just before we that was just people do orchestras online and things. That was so uncoordinated. I'm going to count you in. Okay, I can go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you're going to go, good morning, Lucy. What are you going to teach us today? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Good
morning,
Lucy.
You're going to tell us today.
That needs work.
Oh my
Lucy,
God.
welcome.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful, by the way. It was I can't top it. Yeah, so I'm going to be talking to you all about how to use product as a marketing engine. And in essence, this is pretty much a session about how to make your product more discoverable to problem unaware and problem aware audiences through content and also product hooks. So what I will do is do the generic, can you see my screen? Just going to get my slides up here. And then, okay, Kirk and I practiced this yesterday. Okay. So first of all, can everybody see my screen? And Kirk, can they see the right screen?
I can see your screen, not the audience screen.
Knew this was going to happen. We're there.
So the audience window needs to be a separate window, not just a separate tab.
Okay, bear with me, everybody. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay, here we go.
This will be beautifully edited when we come to putting the video out for people to watch back again.
Well, the scary
Oh no,
thing
it
is...
won't. It's so much better when it's like this.
Do you know what's not helping is I've got a seat warmer and I could just feel myself getting warmer as the pressure is on. So here we go again. Let's try this. Can you see the right screen, everyone? Yes, I've got some thumbs up from Kirk. So I'm going to take that as it. Okay. All right. So first of all, thank you so much for tuning in. So my name's Lucy and I'm the director of Oh Blimey. So before I kick into the session, I just want to say thank you for tuning into what's going to be my first ever BoS talk. I've been part of the BoS community now for about 6-7 months and generally one of the most inclusive and friendly environments. So yeah, thank you very much for that. So today I'm going to be talking to you all about how to use your product as a marketing engine. And what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be splitting the session into 3 areas to help you think of ways that you can get your product in front of more of the right customers. Because in essence, that's what this is all about, making your product discoverable by connecting content and product hooks. So the session is going to be split into 3 points. The first one is going to be around the types of customer problems. So here we'll dig into a bit of theory. We're going to look at the problem awareness matrix, but we're also going to look at ways to categorize the types of problems that your customers are likely to have. Next, we're going to look at using content to create demand. So this is where I'm going to put my marketing hat on, and I'm going to be talking about how to use marketing content to attract those people right at the beginning of the purchase process. So what we're trying to do here is attract people that don't necessarily know that they've even got a problem yet. And what I'll do is I'll use an example of Grammarly. In my opinion, they provide like an excellent case study on how to use blog content to connect with those problem unaware audiences. And then I'm going to finish up the session by looking at how to use product to capture demand. So this particular part will look at the concept of engineering as marketing, and that is something that really focuses on how to create useful tools for your ideal audience when they're looking to serve or solve, those early stage problems. So this is going to be around identifying complementary product hooks, building trust, and then ultimately building your audience. I'm going to use the example of HubSpot website grader. I'm sure many of you are aware of that as an example, but it's still going strong after, I think it was launched 15, 16 years ago. Now, before I do jump into the actual session, if I can just tell you a little bit about my background so you can see the context and why I'm sharing what I am today. So I run O'Blimey, and I'm a startup consultant for B2B tech companies. A lot of my work is around product validation and go-to-market. But a lot of the examples that I'm going to be sharing are also based on my personal experience of working in-house for a startup that was operating within the online learning industry, and it was acquired late last year. And previous to getting the startup bug, I was head of marketing for a global recruitment and ATS company. And this role was pretty much me supporting a team of 20 salespeople. And my focus was generating leads. So a lot of the principles that I would bring into my role are very much based on kind of inbound marketing. But you don't want to hear just about me. So we'll be looking at the likes of Grammarly, HubSpot, Canva, and a few brands that you might not necessarily associate of doing some of the things I'm going to be recommending today. So if you're ready, I'm going to jump into the first section, which is all around unlocking customer problems. So what I'm going to be doing is talking to you about two main frameworks to start creating this marketing engine of yours. The first one is the problem awareness matrix, and the second one is a way to look at the types of problems your customers have. And this is something that's referenced in the cold start problem. Now, just a bit of background and how I decided that these would be the most two appropriate frameworks. So I mentioned a couple of minutes ago that I worked for this startup that was operating within the online learning space, and my role was part product and part marketing. So understandably, part of my remit is to get in front of new customers, in front of new markets, and help the company find product market fit, whatever that might mean. And you know what, this was pretty hard because we were a really, really small team and we're working in this really saturated market. And the timing was brilliant because all of a sudden we find ourselves up against LinkedIn Learning. And for the particular segment that we're going for at this part, LinkedIn Learning are offering their product for free. So the competition is really, really against us. And the tools that I'm using at this point to help us grow visibility of our product had major flaws. So we were using things like buyer personas, which were great at telling me about the who, but not necessarily the why. They didn't unlock the motivation why a customer might switch from one product to another. We'd use demographics, things like firmographics, which were great for targeting, but again, they provided this very one-dimensional approach at looking at solving problems. And because we're a startup, we're operating lean, which is code for we don't really have that much money and our resources are really kind of tight. So we can't necessarily experiment on things. We can't try new things. We can't try new stuff, sorry. So we've got to be really, really focused. And as a result, we went into what I call safe bets mode. We were so worried about taking risks. We ended up just creating content and offering parts of our product for free that everybody else was offering. So we're literally just following what the market was doing. And the problem with this was that none of that turned into traffic, it didn't turn into conversions. We were trying to take elements of our product and link it to real top of the funnel topics that were being talked about, or spoken about rather, in the news. We're trying to make it relevant, but we were lacking in that ability to link the two. We couldn't understand how to monetize it. And of the tools that we were creating, they just weren't good enough. They weren't solving early stage problems, so people weren't sharing them. So all of a sudden we realized that we're going to have to look at this through a completely different lens. So this is the first of the frameworks that I want to share with you on how we kind of answered some of those questions. And it's the problem awareness matrix by Eugene Schwartz. Now, I'm sure that this is going to be new to some of you. Some of it some of you might use this on a regular basis, but what I want to do is just lay a few foundations to make sure that we're all kind of starting on the same foot. Now, here's why I love using.
Sorry to interrupt. Your slides aren't progressing from what we can see.
Oh no.
There we are.
There we go. Okay, let me see if I can. Okay, just give me a nudge on the next one. I'll let you know, and we'll see if that moves over as well. Okay.
Sorry. Keep going.
No, don't you worry at all. Okay, so where was I? Problem awareness matrix. Okay, so this is something that a few of you might be familiar with. Some of it might be new, but what I'll do is just give you a general overview. So along at the top of this matrix, we've got the stages of awareness. It goes from being problem unaware all the way through to most aware. And underneath, you've got an articulation of what people are saying when they're in these buckets. So if somebody is problem aware, they are likely to say something like, I've got a problem with my accounting software. Whereas if someone is product aware, they might say something like, I've got to choose between Xero and QuickBooks. So the intent is changing. But what I want to draw your attention to here is the type of marketing section directly underneath, because as people learn about a solution, the marketing focus, needs to go from being indirect to direct. It goes from the need to tell high-level stories all the way through to personalized direct marketing, which is all around trying to get that conversion or trying to get that sign up. So the intent changes. Now, why this was useful for us when we were looking to try and grow the visibility of our startup's product was, previous to this, we would group our activity under the main buckets, so awareness, consideration, and evaluation. But all of a sudden, when you start looking at a matrix like this and understanding what people are saying, what messages we should be putting forward, you realize that you're opening up these new stages, and all of a sudden you realize that you might not be creating content or aligning parts of your product where you should be. So what I'm hoping is that you're kind of looking at this. Some of it will be familiar, some of it might be new. And what I want you to do is just think about it from your product's perspective. Like, do you actually have the customer language for each slot? Do you know what your customers are saying? And honestly, do you think that what you're putting out from a content perspective or a product perspective actually aligns with what you should be saying at the right time? So that's the first kind of framework that I want to share with you. I'm now going to jump into the second one, which is all around types of problems. So I'm just going to pause 1 second. Kirk, can you see the second slide that says, okay? What about now? Yeah, cool. Okay, so we've worked out a slight bug in using Canva to present a session like this. Okay, so we've just looked at the stages of awareness customers likely to move through when they're buying a piece of software or they're buying a product. So this is the second framework that I want to share with you, and hopefully when I introduce this, you'll start to see it coming up more and more as we start looking at the actual case studies. So this principle is based on the cold start problem, which is let's refer to as the art of leveraging network effects to launch and scale businesses. So this is something that I learned when I was on the product-led growth accelerator run by Wes Bush. And what Wes says is this is a really effective way to categorize the types of problems that someone may come across when using a product. So if you think about the slide I just showed you, think of that as a timeline that's chronological. This particular principle doubles down on just one of those stages and looks at things almost like a cross section. So the way that you would use or kind of understand this theory is know that every customer, when they come to your product, they've got a goal that they need to solve. And to achieve that particular goal, they're going to be faced with problems. And as product people, as marketers, this framework allows us to group problems into buckets. So beginner, intermediate, and advanced problems. Now, the key to making the kind of uptake of your product work is to, one, understand the type of problem that your customer is facing at that point. And 2, to align the right part of your product to help them move on to the next stage. Now, that's a little bit of theory. So what I'm going to do is very, very quickly show you an example with Canva. I'm going to go in and change that one. Here we go. Can you see the Canva slide? Yeah, cool. Okay, I've got my pattern in. I know what I'm doing with that now. Okay, so we're all familiar with Canva. Let's say I'm going to use Canva from a perspective of, oh, blimey. So my goal going into Canva is to keep my clients happy by launching a number of marketing campaigns. So in order to achieve this kind of big goal, I'm going to face a number of problems that I need to overcome to get me to the next stage. So a beginner's problem in this context might be, I've signed a client and I say, can I have a copy of your logo? And I realize that they don't have it in the right format. So I've got to go somewhere to be able to recreate their logo and turn it into a JPEG or a PNG or whatnot. Now, an intermediate problem might be the client saying, we're going to promote a new campaign. Can you help us put together a series of social media posts? They want to post it on LinkedIn, Twitter, and Facebook, for example. Now, I know that each of those channels require different dimensions. They require me to create a different type of asset. And it'd be a massive pain to be able to have to create all of those individually and go in and out. So that feature of Canva is what I need to use. I need to be able to optimize the images, but I wouldn't be able to do that if I hadn't solved the problem that I previously had. I need a copy of the logo in the right format to be able to then create the assets. So it's all connected. And then lastly, an example of an advanced problem then is the client says, okay, we're getting ready to launch this campaign. We're going to be launching under a new brand or in different countries. So we're going to need you to change the colors or the fonts or something. So for me to help them launch on time and effectively, I need one place where I can manage all of their projects, upload multiple fonts and whatnot. I need to be able to send them real-time work that I'm doing and ask feedback. The only way that I'm able to do that is if I've been able to successfully navigate through the first 2 problems that came before. So it's all connected. Now, where this could go wrong is if you were to create a tool that's pitched at the wrong problem level. Okay, so let's say Canva offers me a free social media optimizing tool. I can only use that if I'm able to create a logo in the correct format in the first place. So they're all connected. Okay, so what I want you to kind of take away from this particular slide, and this is the last of the theory, is you're probably sat here thinking, oh, I know what my customer problems are, but is there a way to really hone into your individual customer problems and then categorize them into beginner, intermediate, and advanced? So I just want to kind of sow the seed of that theory, because that's now what's going to influence the next 2 sections that we're going to cover. Okay. Okay. So we've done the theory. Now we're going to look at ways to help make your product discoverable to that problem unaware audience using content. Okay, so to recap, a problem unaware audience is just as it sounds. It's someone who doesn't know that they've got a problem yet. And it's our job to try and find these people who are kind of on the brink of realizing that they need to make a change. Now, we do that in this section by creating marketing that's indirect. So you can see where this kind of sits within the matrix. And we do this by creating stories or answering questions to help provide value at that point of pain. So what our aim here is we need to identify the early stage problems that our customers are likely to have. And then we need to find a way to create content to create demand organically. Now, for marketers in the audience, you'll know that I'm referring to content marketing here. But if you're kind of new to this concept, what you're looking for is a way to create brand awareness and a way to start attracting traffic to your website. Leads, we're not even touching leads at this point. I mean, if you did get a lead through this process, Brucey bonus, but that's not what this is all about. Okay, so we know that we're targeting the problem unaware audience. We know that we need to focus on creating stories and answering questions through Q&A. What about formats? So I'm going to approach this from a B2B perspective, and it's recommended that the kind of the best formats that we should be using to tell these stories at this part of the process are mainly focused around videos, blogs, and images. So think about it and how you might use these channels in your day-to-day life. So I know that I'll go to YouTube and I'll search for a tutorial on how to measure website traffic. And after the cat videos and things, I'll probably find myself watching a video that's all around how to implement GA4, or there might be some kind of scare story about how I've only got X amount of months to implement GA4. Now, whilst I'm navigating these searches on YouTube, at no point have I mentioned a brand name at all, because I'm not that far down the problem awareness matrix. I still don't really know that I've got a problem. And it's this kind of organic intent, which is possibly the reason why YouTube is actually the #1 most visited website in the US by organic traffic. According to RFs, HRFs, don't know which way that you sit, but YouTube is #1 for organic traffic. And then if you think about blogs and Google, so how many times have you asked a question and someone has just gone, just Google it? So it's no wonder why 69% of marketers invest in SEO, because they know that Google is likely to be kind of one of those the first stage, or the channel that people go to when they start this process. Now, I wouldn't be a marketer if I didn't say this comes with its caveats. It does depend on your audience, depends on the channels that they use to kind of research and buy a product like yours. But some of these should kind of give you a few shortcuts to consider. So, yeah. Right. Okay. So now hopefully I'm going to take all that theory and a few of the kind of pros about this approach, and I'm going to jump into how Grammarly connects all of this together. So as I mentioned, like for me, Grammarly presents this like amazing masterclass in how to build visibility of its product to a problem unaware audience. So if you are unsure or you've never heard of Grammarly, just a very quick recap, it's a $13 billion grammar app, and it's used by students and writers and the like who want to feel more confident when putting pieces of work together. So there's a grammar checker, there's a plagiarism checker, there's a number of tools here. Now, last year alone, Grammarly had 17.4 million Google visits to its website a month. And what's really interesting about this figure is a third of those had navigational intent. So that is people typing in something like Grammarly login. The rest of it, that's 6 to 8%, all came from organic visits. So that's people looking to solve a problem, but they're not mentioning Grammarly's brand itself. So how does Grammarly then leverage content to get in front of this kind of problem unaware audience? Okay, so their strategy is every single blog that they put out is tied to a customer problem, and the aim is to get people to their website. Now, they've done a lot of work in investing in the right customer acquisition platforms. So they've got freemium working, they've got a number of product extensions. But in a nutshell, here's how they make their product discoverable. So first of all, they know their ideal customer and they know their problems. The second part is their content strategy is optimized around beginner problems, those ones right at the beginning. So examples of this would be, they've got content called how to sign off an email. They've got a bank of content that is all around common confusions. So is it accept or is it accept? Is it practice or is it practice? Brackets or parentheses? So these are the kind of queries that you'd do a quick Google search for. And what's interesting is that all of these are top of the funnel searches. At this point, people are asking for kind of dictionary definitions, how to spell things. They don't know who Grammarly is. So by Grammarly creating blog content around this particular intent, it's building its authority and it's building its trust. It's getting its brand there at the right moment for when somebody has that moment and goes, damn, my spelling's poor, or I need to hand in my dissertation and get someone to check it. Now, the third part of how they get this working is that all of their call to actions are clear and they are optimized. So when you get onto the blog and you get the answer that you want, every single post either promotes the Chrome extension that it's got or some of their free tools. So free tools include things like the grammar checker or the plagiarism checker. Yes, there's a nod to the paid products that they've got, but everything is all around getting them to the next hook as well. So I think if I was you right now listening to me talk about this, I'd be thinking, okay, well, whereabouts do you get this information from in the first place? Like, how do you know what early stage problems are? And it genuinely is from their customers. So they're already sat on a lot of data. Okay. They're able to see what the search queries are coming through the app. That's something within their control. But they're also talking to their customers. They're running interviews, they're running surveys, they're getting this voice, we call it voice of customer, which pinpoints where somebody was when they were at that struggling moment. More of that later. But kind of as a high level with results for Grammarly then. So if we dig down even further, we've seen that they get 17.4 million visits a month. The grammar checker alone here gets 2 million visits a month. The website in total has over 1,700 index pages. So the website is big. They're very, very visible. And because of what they create and how closely it is tied to this beginner's problem, they get a tremendous number of high value backlinks. So people value their content. People are sharing it, so that people trust it. And you'll see educational establishments, the media, they're all sharing links to Grammarly, which then helps push up the website in the search engines, and then as a result improve their visibility. Okay, so we're now going to get to the kind of the third part here. So we've covered ways to make your brand more discoverable by creating content for that first thought. Now we're going to look at how to focus on elements of your product to capture demand. So in a nutshell, this section is all around the concept that's known as engineering as marketing. And if you've ever read the book Traction, you'll know that it's one of the 19 traction channels that Gabriel Weinberg and Justin Mayers suggests. So in a nutshell, engineering as marketing is all around creating useful tools for your audience to solve an early stage problem. Now, what makes this different to, say, a blog post, for example, is it's all around capturing demand earlier on in the process, but it comes at the stage before a free trial or before signing up for freemium. Now, this as a concept isn't necessarily new, but I do think it is highly relevant. And that's because of the rising costs of advertising, of customer acquisition. I was listening to an interview a while ago, and there was this guy from HubSpot that suggested that the majority of investment bypasses the company now, and it goes straight to Google and Facebook. So I think marketing as engineering, or using parts of your product as a hook, is an effective way to kind of open up that funnel and also create assets of value. So this is where it sits within our matrix. And examples of marketing as engineering, as we know it, formats include things like widgets, free apps, downloads. But let's consider what it looks like in the real world. There we go. Okay. So here are a few examples, many of which I know that you'll be familiar with. So we've got HubSpot, we've got Wix, Canva. I came across Canva's tool recently. Their tool is the color wheel. And I came across it because I needed to find a complementary color to pair with a client's brand. All I need to do is go in, pop a hex code in, and it gives me a series of colors that I should use in my designs. And there's things like Sprout Social. They offer a free social media resizer, which lets you change the posts around, all with the aim of trying to get you to sign up to their scheduling software. Wix, for example, love them or hate them. They've actually got a business name generator. What's interesting about Wix is that they've clearly identified who their customer is. It's the small business owner. They know that if somebody is going to be setting up a website, they're going to need to have a business name, sorry. That's really, really interesting. Now, if you're thinking about pursuing this as a way to kind of attract attract customers and build visibility. There are a few rules or best practices to get the most from this. So the tool that you create has to be complementary to your product, because you have to work out a way to monetize it. It's got to be low friction, it's got to be simple to use, and it's got to be free. Free is the absolute most important bar. It's more likely to be gated, so you might need to pop an email address in, and it needs to focus on one persona. You've got to make it super, super specific, because if you create something that's just general, it's not going to be valuable. People aren't going to want to share it. It's just going to be a bit meh. Now, the visibility benefits of considering creating a tool are tenfold. I mean, I've already showed you evidence that it can boost your SEO. We looked at the Grammarly case study there. Then there's the social media aspect. So people talking about it on LinkedIn, Twitter. An example here is, I think it was a couple of years ago, I was on Twitter and I wanted help to audit someone's Twitter following, and someone mentioned the fake followers tool that SparkToro offer. I would never have come across that if people weren't talking about it in my kind of social networks. And then possibly the kind of biggest value, certainly as kind of a performance marketer, is the audience building aspect. So if you get your tool, ask somebody to pop in an email address, for example, obviously you've got to make sure you've got your GDPR set up, but that lays the foundation for nurturing campaigns. And all of this can come around from creating something that's kind of generally useful. Now, there is a massive misconception that only fun companies can do this, only fun brands can do this. But in my opinion, I don't think that there's actually such thing as a boring industry. I genuinely think it's a mindset thing. And I say that as someone who has worked in recruitment data, hosted telecoms, VoIP, and something else. Like, the pretty tough subject matter. But I think if you're trying to make this work for your product, it comes down to three things: brand, solving a genuine problem, and knowing that if you are promoting a B2B product, you've got to make it feel like a B2C product. So on the screen here are a few examples of brands that are also using engineering as marketing and offering parts of their product as hooks to get people to find it. So I've mentioned Sprout Social, but we've got Zoopla there. So Zoopla offer a house valuation tool. You pop in your postcode, pop in a couple of details, and it tells you roughly how much you could expect to get for your house. What else have we got? We've got a recipe card generator. We've got a speed test. I want to turn your attention to the grey screen. That's genuinely someone's website. So I did this, did a bit of research, and there's a company called Diplo, and they offer, so their hook is an AI speech writing tool for diplomats and practitioners to ensure that when they are doing speeches, they talk about cybersecurity correctly. Now, that to me is quite dry content because it's not relevant, but all of a sudden you can see that that would actually be really useful for that particular audience. So I think if you are sat here thinking, okay, well, how do I get the ball rolling with this? Just bear in mind that go back to your office and think about the data that you have that's connected to your audience's problem, and see if there is a way to automate it to give someone like that immediate pain relief. Those are the two things I would suggest you think about. Okay, so what I'll do now is jump into the example of the HubSpot website grader. So this is the last case study that I'm going to kind of dig into and show you how brands are using this. So I'll admit it, I'm a massive HubSpot fangirl. I have been for absolute years. But for me, they give you kind of the best example of how to use marketing as engineering to make your product discoverable. So the website grader, if you're not aware of it, it was created back in 2008, and it's a tool that helps you to kind of evaluate the performance of your website. So you pop your URL, your email address in, and then all of a sudden it tells you, well, audits your site speed, your SEO, your design, what your website looks like on mobile, and you get an instant audit. So you get instant results on where your website is falling short and what you might want to improve on. And then following that, because they've got my email and they're starting to build that connection with me, you are sent drip campaigns on, here you go, here's how you might want to improve. So it's really, really consultative in that respect. Now, at the beginning of this talk, I mentioned that I had been head of marketing for that recruitment product, and I was supporting a sales team of 20 people. My focus was on leads. So a few years into the role, the market becomes really, really saturated, and I noticed that our lead volumes just decline overnight. I think my monthly target was 150 qualified leads, and it just halved to 75. So at that point, I'm just thinking, okay, what on earth has broken, or what have I done? So I think about the beginner's problems that I'm going through when I tell this story. So I Google, why are my leads down? This naturally presents a series of websites and blogs that tell me that I should be looking into auditing all of my activity. I should be looking at conversion rates, my campaigns, the effectiveness of my email marketing. And it's through this process I came across the website grader, because it is beautifully optimized for this beginner's problem. And the more and more I dig into it, I look through the report that the website grader has served me, and I realized that actually I shouldn't be looking to get more leads. I should be looking to make more from what I've actually got. And in this instance, the HubSpot value proposition works really, really well, because it offered a real solution for me at that point. It provided an answer when I did the initial Google search. All of a sudden, I'm aware of their brand. They are not being those icky salespeople. They're being very open about their product. I don't have to request a demo, like I'm getting the answers straight away. They've perfectly positioned themselves in the middle of this chaos that I'm trying to navigate by, and ultimately just making me feel really, really good about the brand itself. And what's really interesting is I remember going into my boss's room, that sounded weird, office, with the results of this website grader. And I use that as a business case to say, hey, do you know what? It's time that we make a change. We need to invest in improving our marketing. And do you know what? I think HubSpot is likely to help us to kind of solve some of these problems. Okay, so what I want to do is just finish up by showing you what this has got to do with visibility, okay? Because when you look at this through the lens of marketing as an engineering tool, they were able to automate some of the data that they are sat on. They are automating a consultancy element. They're offering this product for free. And it's something that connects to a genuine early stage problem. At its peak, I think it was back in 2018, this website, the page for their website grader, was getting 34,000 organic visits a month. It had over 8,000 domains kind of linking to it. People like New York Times were using it and writing about it in their articles. Brands like Moz and Netlify, they're all linking to it, which is really, really interesting because all of a sudden complementary brands are talking about it. As a marketer, I might use HubSpot, but I might also use Moz. I might also use Netlify. All of a sudden, HubSpot has put itself in my ecosystem. Now, at the moment, we're in 2023 and had a quick look, and this website page is actually ranking for over 3,000 keywords. And the majority of keywords are around terms like site grader, SEO grader, grade my website, why are my leads down, marketing audit. So they're still pushing this agenda. They're still pushing this focus of how to serve early stage problems. Okay, so think about how you might be able to relay this onto your own business. Think about the problems that your customers are likely to face, and think about what part of your product you can offer for free to help them at that point. And the emphasis does need to be around free. Sometimes people will say to me, well, I need you to dig a little bit more into how I get this information from my customers. And there's a series of kind of best practices that you can follow. So I think if I was going to interview my customers to find out what their early stage problems are. I would speak to recent ones. Recent customers are the best because this struggle has happened to them recently. They'll be able to recall it. You also want to interview your profitable customers. I know that sounds very, very obvious, but interview those people that you want more repeat business from. You can use a combination of surveys and interviews. I'm not going to go into the specifics because there's clearly a number of talks coming later on in today's symposium that are going to go into the real topics here. And I think they'll be able to do a much better job than me. But I think you have to speak to your customers. And I know sometimes people say, I don't want to disrupt them. I don't want to annoy them. I don't want to talk to them because they'll remember that they subscribe to my products and I don't want them to cancel. But the thing is, though, there is much more to gain by talking to customers. So the Aberdeen group, they say that companies that speak to customers and conduct this type of activity speed up their sales cycle. They get 56% more revenue from cross-sell and upsell opportunities, and they get 54% greater return on marketing investment. So, I mean, I think I'm really building the case here. HubSpot's website grader is 16 years old this year. And I'm not saying that the results from this kind of activity are going to come overnight, you need to work on it. But if you look at this screenshot that I've put together, this is from HubSpot's footer, and it was from yesterday. And you can see that actually this is something that works for them because they've got a website grader, make my persona, blog ideas generator. They clearly know who their audiences are, and they clearly know how to kind of hook and capture that demand as well. Okay, so to summarize, we've been talking about how to use your product as a marketing engine. So I've looked at the problem awareness matrix, kind of got that back onto your radar. We've looked at different ways to categorize your problems. Hopefully I've kind of shown you how brands like Grammarly connect with their problem unaware audiences, and perhaps you're now thinking, okay, what are we doing as a company to get on people's radar? I've also looked at engineering as marketing, and if done well, it can absolutely help you start generate a series of qualified leads. And I mean, the whole point of the kind of today's session and today in general is to think about how you can go back to the office and actually replicate some of this activity as well. So hopefully I've given you a good few examples. I will do the obligatory sales last slide. I'm Lucy. If you visit Oh Blimey, I've got a newsletter, I've got a few downloadable playbooks, and if you're into really, really sarcastic comics, I've got a comic there called The Adventures of Startup Marketing as well. So I'm going to stop sharing, and thank you for all listening. You're on mute.
Thank you. We're all on mute. No, you cannot ask questions, Cheng Vu. What do you think this is? Some sort of interactive session where you get to listen to someone and then ask questions? Cheng, please be our guest. You can ask the very first work-related question.
It's very, very useful presentation. Thanks, Lucy. My question is on the engineering as marketing. If the stuff that you can do, like the example that you use with HubSpot is just providing an URL. But let's say, for example, if there's a bit of friction, i.e., for example, they need to provide an API key in order for us to deliver that value, is that still something that you would encourage people to do? So, for example, we have got a bunch of data that we have got access to, and we can show to the prospects like the interesting thing we can tell them about. But the prerequisite to that is, we need to have some sort of API key before we can give that value to them.
Can I just ask, by the way, if people are asking questions, it's always, so I'd always think there's no kind of magic playbook, and questions are powerful, but everybody exists in their own context. So just say a little, I mean, just a short thing about your company, your organization, because it just helps to understand those sorts of things. And that's not specific to this particular question, which was excellent. It's a more general thing for other questions.
Yeah, I mean, probably I can give a bit more context. So the company that I work for, we ingest lots of data from e-commerce platforms and email marketing platform. But in order for us to deliver value, we can only look at the prospect's own data, which would require some sort of access key. Hence my question.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, thank you so much. So I was listening there, and I'm ever the marketer gonna say it depends. Now, I think for marketing as engineering, or engineering as marketing rather, to work, it needs to be low friction and it needs to be free. So I think the fact that you are requesting the API, I would say it's slightly further down the process because somebody already knows that they've got a problem. So they are perhaps more problem aware. I think it is a combination, because I think if you looked at something like Profitwell, so I signed up to Profitwell a few years ago, and they asked for, I think it was the payment detail, some payment detail. So they were able to help me kind of plug in and create this dashboard. Now, that was valuable at that point. I didn't have to pay and whatnot, but there were a few steps that came before it. And if I jump back to the example about HubSpot, with the website grader, I only had to give them my URL. The next stage that followed this website grader was, I think it was like a freemium version of HubSpot. And for that to work, I needed to have put code on my website, and then the insights would start coming through. So I'm tempted to say that if you require the use of an API, you're slightly further down the process, and perhaps it's maybe a stage after marketing, engineering as marketing. Don't know why I'm now forgetting which way that goes. So I would probably challenge you to think about what the problem is before and what somebody is searching, because the API kind of point comes a little bit later. That would be my gut feeling. And you will get this information from running customer interviews, and I'm sure you've heard of it, but the jobs to be done technique, that's a really effective way of kind of getting under the hood and understanding what people's struggling moments are. So yeah, sorry, I don't know if that answered it, but my gut feeling is that's a little bit farther than what we were talking about.
Yep, thank you.
Lucy, I have a question as well. So in terms of you're talking about creating a free tool, which is a subset of your product. So our product essentially is a software application that's used for bulk conversion of PDF files to HTML5 documents. Mm-hmm. So we identified that there were lots of people out there who didn't even know if they could convert documents and wanted to try it. So we built a free online converter, which used our software, and that was our free tool. The problems that we then had is, one, we actually found that then confused people as to what our product was. The second, and they weren't sure whether, and we weren't selling the online converter, we were just doing the online converter as a free product to get them into it. Mm-hmm. The second problem we found was we had a lot of noise, where essentially it attracted a lot of people who are just looking for that and aren't our target market. And the third problem we found is actually that free tool became easily our most popular ranked page. And we get lots of hits from India on people who never have any intention of buying the product, which is to some extent competing against the rest of our sales websites. So I wondered what your thoughts were on how we could avoid those problems, or whether that just goes with the territory. Okay. I've jotted down a couple of things because there are a few parts there, and I'll see how I can help. So I think the first one was what struck me was the example that I gave when we worked for a startup, and it was pushing out a tool that had nothing necessarily to do with the product. And I think when you are considering something like this, you need to work out how to monetize it, because it in effect is a way to kind of generate leads. Now, when I was working for the online learning provider,
at that point, the market was talking about employee well-being or something like that. And so a lot of the kind of content that we would put out was around well-being, how to talk about, how to develop good standards when you are managing a team. And that got us like a nice little reputation in that space, but we didn't have the product to then serve. We had nothing, we didn't have a bottom of the funnel product to actually give someone. So there was a mismatch. And that was a result of us going after something we thought we should be going after, rather than it being connected to an actual early stage problem. So I think that's the first thing that's kind of jumped out. In terms of kind of the point that you made right towards the end about almost like a cannibalization of this free tool outranking the pages that you want it to. The example of the website grader, they're ranking for something very, very generic. So kind of like short tail, kind of fat keywords where grade my website. Whereas HubSpot's product pages are segment leads, or they're more tied to actual physical parts of the product. So I think in regards to how you might stop that cannibalization, I would look at what long tail keywords and what short tail keywords you should be using and match the intent, because you're trying, it sounds really generic here, but what you're trying to do is optimize for something really fluffy, open, like the general big problem. And your product should be solving more of a specific need. So if anything, they're two sets of keywords and the two sets of intent. And in the matrix, I showed the fact that marketing goes from indirect to direct. It's almost like the keywords for your tool should be more on the indirect side, and the keywords for your product should be more on the direct side. So that was a lot of jargon words there, but I mean, do you think that's a fair answer, or do you reckon there's still a bit of confusion?
I still think there's a problem if your tool is related, particularly if it's a free tool. So you're trying to get as much traffic as possible, but at the same time, you're not trying to compete with yourself. And I'm not sure how I'm still not sure how you avoid the confusion of this isn't our product, this is just a free tool that is related to our product, or it showcases what you're getting into with the product.
Yeah, I mean, what about if we looked at the example of Grammarly then? So their free tool is the plagiarism checker, for example, but Grammarly's paid product is a grammar app. So I wonder if you optimize, you've got a set of product terms and you cluster it that way, because I don't know, if you were going to type in plagiarism checker, you'd come into their page, which is to do with, has someone nicked this or have I nicked this? But when I'm doing that, my intent isn't to sign up and buy a product. I don't know whether, I'm not sure if that's clear. And like, if anybody else has got any suggestions here, because I think I'm coming at it from kind of my context, but to me, they're very, the intent is different. And so the keywords needs to be different, but it's something that
Hey, Lucy. Hey.
Oh, hey, Hayat.
How's it going? Great talk. I just wanted to jump in with an example, actually, that will probably give a little bit more context to Mark's point, which was I used a free generator for removal of image backgrounds, and their tool was exactly that. It was removal of image backgrounds. But what they did was they capped it at 1 per IP address. So then that way I can test out the tool, the generator, see it, actually receive that one piece of free collateral. But then they said, if you want to use it more, this is what we do. We do it in bulk at these prices. So I think that's an example of the free generator being exactly linked to what you're selling, but you have to cap it. You can't make it, just a free for all. Otherwise, it's not a business, it's a hobby at that point. Hope that's add some color to the question, Lucy.
Yeah, no, thanks, Hayat. So I think just to hear and play back what you're saying then is, I guess there's an element of, it's freemium, isn't it? Understanding which features you're putting this side of the paywall and that side of the paywall. I think that's what we're getting to, but that made a little bit more sense for me. Mark, does that
It definitely gives me some ideas to work on. So thank you very much on that.
What is
Sure.
the thing you're going to work on, Mark?
Reviewing the keywords and the intent and trying to make sure they're not both just trying to go after the top keywords.
Cool. Joe, pitch.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Lucy.
Sorry, Joe, pitch, not psych. That's an autocorrect.
Is it?
Yeah, sorry, I just put that in the.
That's very common too, by the way. Welcome to my world. Hey, Lucy, thanks very much.
Hey, yeah.
The key takeaway I got from your talk, which was very good, was just to really focus on the beginner problems with the initial attracting them to your website initially. One of the things that you said, just kind of mentioned, is like, okay, it should be gated. You should ask for an email. And I actually, that's kind of the way I used to think, but honestly, I'm questioning that more and more nowadays for a couple of reasons. We did have some free things on our website. So like, I'll give you an example. So we have this media planning software. We had basically an Excel template that is a media plan template. And that was very popular. It was gated. People would put in their address and it would basically email the template to them. And so that was successful in the sense that it created a lot of leads, but it created a lot of bad leads, and it kind of overwhelmed. You end up with too many. And then the other thing too is I wondered, especially nowadays, people are reluctant to give their email address. Kind of like earlier when I think it's Cheng Boon. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name incorrectly. You guys talked about this API key, which is even a step further. But even asking for an email address is friction, and I wonder if it might be better sometimes to have ungated content. And I've heard more and more stories about ungating content. It's hard to measure, but it seems to outperform gated content. And I've been starting to run some experiments with that as well. And because it's so hard to measure, I don't know, but I was wondering if, like, with your experience and the clients and companies that you've worked for, if you might have any advice to give around, gated versus ungated.
Yeah,
no, that's good. Quick question, Joe. Do you do cohort analysis of your lead?
No, that's even more sophisticated. But you mean cohorts in the sense of when they came in?
Yeah.
I'd say this is a really silly thing, but it's not really cohorts in the sense of when they came in, but if it's like at Gmail on the weekend, it's almost like 100% of the time a bad lead. But that's just kind of a very crude thing. But looking at domains is a way to do it. In fact, every once in a while, we'll go back and just bulk delete like free email addresses from our website. If it's not like a company name, we're B2B. That's another thing to know. So if it's coming in from Gmail, it tends to be not as high quality. But we've tried, it's hard to do, but we've tried to do cohort in the sense of when they came in over time in the different treatments, but that's something that takes a lot of work.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Lucy.
No. Thanks for the question. And I think it's one of those things that I think people keep on coming back to, gated or ungated. And I'm a fan of both, because I think if you gate everything, you're never going to build that level of authority. Do you know what I mean? And I think if you look at the example of, I mentioned Canva, the free color wheel, at no point does it ask me to put my email address in. So I'm popping in my hex codes. It's saying, here you go, here are the lovely complementary colors. And I think the way that you would make ungated work is making sure that you've optimized for the right next step. So for example, with Canva, it was, okay, now visualize these colors in your own sales deck. And it takes the colors that I had put in and it's mocked up like a little visual at the below. And it's trying to then get me to sign up for a free trial. And whilst I might not convert then, it's always going to be a tool that I'm going to go back and I'm going to play around with. And I'm likely to come across another one of their tools where I might have to put my email address in. I think also the fact that I mean, this is going to be very generalistic here, but the changing nature of search, I mean, blogs and tools like this are now having to compete against kind of featured snippets, which have a 0% click-through as well. And I think if you're making it harder for people to find answers, you're just, I don't know. So it's not in the spirit of good marketing. It's not in the spirit of good B2B marketing. That's my personal opinion. In terms of kind of like dummy leads, I think that there are a few factors. So it's context that someone has come in. I think you're always going to get duff leads. I have them to my own website, and very similar. I know that if someone comes in at about 2 o'clock in the morning, I know that that's not a real email address. I think it's just the nature of the beast with B2B marketing and offering free lead magnets. But I don't know, I mean, you can try and improve the quality of the domains coming through by asking more questions and this kind of sign up process. But by doing so, you're only adding more friction. So I think an effective way could be to look at almost like the lead source of the leads that are coming in and which ones are scoring high from a lead scoring perspective, because it might just give you an indication that it's just the nature that if someone comes through from a Google ads, they're more likely to type in Gmail. If you play around with the context that someone comes through, you can understand almost like the intent or why they came to you in the first place. I've got competitors. I say competitors, but I've got people that work in a similar space, and they go, all right, what's Lucy up to now? And they'll go onto my website and they'll put in test, kind of, and download my information. I think it's just kind of the nature of it. But just think about where someone is coming from before they hit your gated piece of content, and just work out where the kind of the better leads are coming from. But I don't know whether I answered that, but hopefully I've given you a few things to kind of consider. The overall message is there are definitely pros and cons to both gated and ungated. And I'm seeing more and more businesses using ungated as a way to build that authority, build that trust earlier on in the process.
Yeah, I think that example with the color wheel, where you can come in, ungated and get some value out of it, and then there's an option to take the next step, which is, now you have to reveal yourself. I think that makes sense, and it's got me thinking of like, there's, like say T-shirt mug design companies where you can go and design for free, and this is now, do you want to save your design? You've invested a bunch of time into it, and in order to save the design, you have to put in your email address, and then they email you a link to it. I think that's an interesting thing to think about. So thank you, Lucy.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, there's a thing about funnels here as well. I mean, I'm going to pick on Anna Crilly in a minute, just for a little bit of a heads up, Anna, because you've got a really interesting situation, because you're more at the bottom of the funnel. Lead magnets and awareness generating and awareness building is a very different thing to nurturing your prospects through. And as Lucy was talking about earlier on, different people are at different places in the buying process. And if you've got really simple ways, easy ways of maintaining some sort of relationship or collecting lots of stuff at an early stage, that's great, but don't waste any time on it unless it's, don't spend a lot of time nurturing those leads very actively, because they've probably got quite a long way to go through the funnel to become meaningful. So sorry. So Matt Stevens.
Yeah, it's not really a question, it's just a feedback thing as much as anything. This has given me lots of new things to think about, which I don't normally have thought about previously. And what was quite nice is bit of background, some Cambridge University Press and assessment. So we're primarily dealing with teaching English as a second language. And I was thinking, how would people find us? I was thinking, well, they might search for a specific course, but I was thinking, well, but then that implies that they already know an answer to a question. So thinking about what Lucy was saying, I tried to sort of be much more general and open. So I just literally opened up a Google window and typed what level of English am I? Because before you do anything else, you might need to know, well, do I even need to learn English? And actually, amazingly, one of our websites popped up as the top result, which was really great, which was a test your English thing. So it was quite nice seeing that in action. It was being able to take what Lucy had said, turn that into some thoughts and a question, and then realize that actually we're doing that, which was, like I say, quite a positive thing to see. So yeah, like I said, not really a question, more just a comment, but yeah, definitely very, very interesting.
I'm delighted. Thank you. Oh, we've got so many exciting things coming up. I hope your brain doesn't explode by the end of the day. Anna, hello. Anna Crilly.
Hello.
Let me introduce Anna very briefly. She's running a software company that does stuff for libraries and librarians. So Anna, are you very interested in raising awareness of that generally, or is your challenge, and this is picking up on one of the other sessions that we've got, you've got some really, who your potential customers are, and most of them are using your system. Can you just give a little bit of context about that, and then Lucy's going to magically give you some thoughts about.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we've actually got two products. One is used by libraries, and we do have 50% of the UK market. And our software controls library computers. And so everyone kind of knows who we are. And if they get around to sort of shifting to us, they'll know where to come. And what we've been doing quite a bit of is becoming quite an expert in library computers and doing lots of thought leadership. And we do a survey. And if you want to know about library computers, you come to us, and the government comes to us, and we've done quite a good job about kind of retaining our market by promoting the importance of this service. The other product, so leads for that are not so much of an issue, but the other product is used by universities for managing equipment. And that is something I'm keen to increase our leads for. So yeah, does that give you enough information, Lucy? And you're on mute.
Sorry, my dog started barking, so I thought I'd mute myself. No, thank you. I think I follow the library computer part of it, but in terms of the kind of managing equipment for the universities, what kind of equipment are you talking about?
So typically schools of art would use the equipment who are loaning expensive, it might be kind of becoming a filmmaker or a cameraman, and or a photographer, and you'll borrow a physical equipment that gets checked out to you, or it might be borrowing dark rooms or particular studios. So it's like a check-in, check-out service for equipment.
Got you. Okay. And is it software, or is it the physical equipment that people?
No, it's a software product.
Okay, and so I'm going to ask some really obvious daft questions here, the way my mind goes. And so who is the end user of the software?
Well, we've got two end users. So students book the equipment, a bit like putting things in your shopping basket, only you're asking to borrow this equipment that you'll then return. And then there's sort of rooms in universities that have got all this equipment where people are checking it in and out to students. And then you've got people who maybe manage those services and want statistics on usage. Have we got enough cameras? When are the peak points?
Okay, and then what's the problem you're solving by offering this software?
Access to students. In the olden days, it would have been on a spreadsheet they can't really access, or that would be quite often we're replacing kind of paper or homegrown systems that don't sort of survive very well. So students need to see it's a bit like borrowing a book from the university library. There's peak times that everybody wants it, so it allows students to kind of get in, understand what the university offers, and get their slot for completing their module. And then the problem it's solving for the people who run these sort of checkout stores is they've got queues of students sometimes. So they need to efficiently check this stuff out and know where it is. You know, you all know, we'll always know where these, you know, could be thousands of pounds you're giving somebody. Like, where is it? Who's got it?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I think if I look at the students example, so if I'm a student and I want to borrow some mic equipment or something like that, what is the problem that I've got before I realize that I need to check out some audio equipment, for example?
I've been given an assignment and I've got to use I might be directed to use particular bits of equipment.
Okay. So I think my gut feeling, and again, this comes with the caveat that I'd always say speak to them first, but it would be, is there any value here in tutorials on how to set up the equipment and how to pick up and how to use it? Or if they are accustomed to using the equipment or music or whatnot, is there any value in teaching them how to get more out of their use of a particular, I don't know, type of microphone or something? I think without the specifics, my gut feeling would be, okay, what is the beginner problem of a student wanting to check out some audio equipment? Yes, they've got an assignment, but do they actually know how to use the equipment in question effectively? Like, would they go onto YouTube? Would they go onto TikTok? I don't know, to work out how can they optimize their use? Because I think if you are able to understand how you can improve their performance and what they might be looking for from, like, I don't know, what they're searching for on YouTube, is there any way that you as your service can offer the videos and capture their interest a little bit earlier? I don't know if that's like a fair recommendation, just because I'm not 100% on the environment, but I just wonder if you were going to create content to teach them how to use this equipment, would that be something that might be of interest? And if not, what would they be looking for instead?
Yeah, so I suppose our buyer is not the student. Our buyer is the university. So, I mean, if we did have something that was useful that they directed students to, you know, we'd be heroes for them. And a lot of our kind of content has been around how to choose the best camera for your university, or benefits of barcodes. The sort of, you know, we kind of refer to it as the onion, you know, like it's not the product in the middle, it's kind of the next layer. And then sometimes we watch ourselves, we haven't gone too far out because this isn't really our kind of area. But it kind of gets us away from, this is an equipment checkout system, why you should have one. You know, we can be really close to the product, or we can kind of step a little bit away about, where do you get the best shelves from? We haven't done that one, but the people who run these stores kind of get quite geeky about that sort of stuff because it really matters.
Okay, and do you know who would be involved in buying the software in the first place? Because I wonder, is there something there that you can start unpicking the channels that they're using to start this research process? I mean, is there kind of like are there groups where people talk about this? How nerdy do these people get?
I suppose that's the thing. Quite often the people who are buying it are the people above the people who've got those problems. And their problem is, how do I stop my team moaning?
Okay. So in essence, then you've got three audiences here. You've got the check payer, the manager, and the user.
Yeah.
And for you to get justification, or for you to get more sales of this, are they looking for more young people checking the equipment out, or is actually a barometer of success the manager's not moaning as much and being able to be more efficient? Because I wonder if one of those is more of a priority, that might be the one that you focus on to start unpacking this a bit more. I don't know, just a suggestion, but
yeah, it's kind of an extension to the sort of persona work that we've done about the buyers, and that is all quite old and worth revisiting. We've kind of done sort of free editable infographics, so put your stats in this and tell everyone about your service, and then you know, if you can't get the stats from your system, well, maybe you should be talking to us because we could give you those stats. We've done that before, but not quite sort of built into our, you know, just as something on our website rather than, I think, some of the ways you've talked about.
Yeah, okay. I mean, and if there's like anybody else that has suggestions as well, because I'm very conscious that I think I've given quite a prescriptive list of suggestions on what you could do in terms of kind of focusing and prioritizing, but yeah, I if anybody else has got any kind of suggestions, please do chip in, because this is definitely one that's kind of stumped me.
Hey,
Sorry.
Anna. Oh, hello again. So I'm really intrigued by this, as it has a lot of overlap with what I do, as what your system and your product is really asset management, it sounds like. And I go in the direction of, okay, they're the people buying the product, and what kinds of problems may they have? Are they concerned about shrinkage? Are they concerned about what's the lifespan that we're getting out of this camera gear or microphones before we have to repair or replace them? So my mind goes to, could I create blog content around how do I reduce shrinkage? Maybe how do I first see that there's a problem with shrinkage? Or how do I maximize the utilization of my assets? And then as a manager, I'd also think of, okay, well, do I have a pain point in my processes with, is the person at the counter in the library, is it a 30-minute process for them to check out this piece of equipment? And can my product reduce that to, hey, it's 2 minutes, person can self-enter their information, get this and get out. So I go to wording around that of, is there something with the checkout process maybe that can be, how do I improve the speed of my checkout process? And that in turn helps serve those end users who are the ones getting that equipment. So no clear answers, but I'm intrigued by your use case and the overlap.
Yeah, well, we'll connect.
We'll try to put you in a little breakout session later on, but it's interesting. So Lucy, you need to think, because Anna's coming to BoS Conference Europe, which is at the end of March. Strongly recommend anyone that's foolish enough not to have signed up to make sure that they do. But that's just under a couple of months away. So Anna and Lucy, I think you should make sure that you kind of get together at the conference. And by that stage, Lucy, can you have solved all of Anna's challenges, please?
It depends.
My list keeps growing, so that's a big ask, Mark.
We want fewer problems. Yeah, there should be a sort of checkout line. 500 problems or fewer. One last question, I think. Cheng Vu, you wanted to come back with something else, and then we're going to take a little break for having a break purposes.
Thanks, Mark. This is not really specific problem to myself, but I was just wondering, the example that you use on Zoopla being the property portal, who makes money from the realtors or the estate agents, but actually the tool that they come up with is more targeted at the people who buy house. So in the UK, the users who buy house don't actually get charged, but they get charged from they charge the real estate agents. So I was wondering if that actually is an applicable example to use engineering as marketing.
I think that is I think it's interesting because, so this is a process that I went through recently, looking to potentially move house, used it as a way to find out how much the house might be valued at. And from one perspective, I'm going in and the advertising on there is from local estate agents for me. So it's building up that kind of brand recognition. So for example, Peter Allen down the road, wasn't really sure if I'd heard of them before, but all of a sudden I start seeing their brand. So that's one element. But I think from the estate agent's perspective, it's interesting because I think Zoopla is an advertising portal for the estate agents, right? And I think that whilst I don't necessarily put my details in, by using the tool, I'm now aware of that estate agent. And because of the particular jobs to be done profile that I might fall into, I don't want to advertise it myself. I don't want to go to a listing site where I've got to do all the paperwork myself. So it's, if anything, it's kind of signposting me, not to Zoopla, but to the estate agents that are advertising. So I wonder whether that's the play for that particular market as well. I mean, I might be able to give you a bit more detail in about 6 weeks' time if I sell my house. I'm not really sure, but I think if from that, it's a brand recall. It's making sure that that estate agent is building trust and is appearing in the context, the right context at the right time. So I'm in potentially buying a house mode. They're putting their brand in front, and I think it's creating that association. So I think that's loosely the play there, if I'm honest.
Yeah, there's a few of those spaces that they're essentially marketplaces. So they're selling advertising to the estate agents. They want lots of buyers, and anything they can possibly do to increase eyeballs. How very 1999 of me. Anything, look up your neighbor's house prices. I don't know if we were talking in the group or whether this was in a subgroup, but we were talking about getting stuck in a wormhole. In fact, Tim Wilkinson was talking about getting stuck in a wormhole yesterday on Twitter, of looking at houses that have been put on the market that haven't been tidied up. All of that stuff is really consciously generated and encouraged because it generates awareness of the platforms. It increases, it's good for SEO, it's good for searchability, all of those things. So there's at that sort of scale, these things take on a slightly different thing. For someone like Anna, who's dealing with you can kind of find ways of making a mark more efficiently. But I mean, all of the big estate agents or all the big online estate agent companies have got essentially unlimited budgets, and they're in a massive arms race of just throwing money at all sorts of stuff to, in a way. But I'm keen to hear about your experiences, Lucy. Don't move.
I'll still be in Wales. It's fine.
Yeah. Okay, I'll still find you on Zoom.
It'll just be in another valley. It'll be all right.
Brilliant. Okay, thank you very much. You can contact Lucy. I'm just going to share her contact details in the chat, or you can do it. She's going to be around for the rest of the sessions here. We're going to take a little break now and come back at 1/2 the hour. So look at that. I've given you 2 minutes of extra time. How unexpected and how generous. I'd suggest you take your camera off and come back. There will be someone around to if you've got questions or whatever for most of the time here, but Periscope's down, and let's put our virtual hands together and say thank you, Lucy. That was cool, and see you soon. Kirk, final words.
Yeah, it was a very good session. It was great to get so many great questions, and yeah, I'm sure Lucy's pleased to now get a bit of a break for half an hour, and then you get to annoy all the other speakers that we have coming up later this afternoon. It's always good to go first. So yeah, all good, and yeah, we'll see you when you all come back.
Brilliant. I love our team synchronicity here, Kurt, because not only are we wearing our superhero t-shirts, we've now both put cardigans on because we're a little bit...
Mine's is actually a blanket because I'm quite cold now.
Excellent.
But
Anyone's got a tartan flask
subtle
you can
enough.
send to Kirk's office. Periscope's down. We'll see you soon. Thanks, everybody. Hey, Lucy. Hello. Oh, you're not. You're.
Hi.
That's great. What a great way to kick off.
Oh, thank you. But oh my goodness, Kirk and I sorted that Canva thing out yesterday, and oh well, at least it didn't.
I'm going to pop you out to a room to talk.
All right.
Hi, Kirk.
Hey, Tim, how are you doing?
Good. Let me just get my headphones filtered out. Okay.
I put a link to the handout that you're wanting to use today, Tim, on the attendee page for people.
Oh, fab. Thank you.
And hopefully everyone will come back in nice prompt 1/2 timing. So we've still got another minute yet.
Hey, Steve, see you've changed your name.
What a piece of shit, eh? Yes, I'm going to leave and rejoin because this is not helpful, is it? So would somebody let me back in when I've finally worked out how to set my name?
Possibly.
Would you like us to change
Or
your
not?
flight?
I don't mind.
It's gone.
He's going to be coming back. Well, hello. What? I had a nice burrito for lunch, but that's not why you're here, is it? It's pretty good. Underrated. I don't know if anyone can hear me or anything, but
yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
You just people weren't responding because they didn't want to know your burrito.
Yeah. I've now got yum.
Your microphone obviously does a very good noise cancelling job, Mark, because we didn't hear any of the crunching.
Oh wow! I'm disappointed. That was the effect I was looking for. What a shame. What a shame. Welcome back. Really, really interesting first session, and thanks for the messages and the feedback. I think Lucy's going to be around, so if you want to pick up with her later on, you can. Kirk, are there any major announcements?
The only one is in Tim's upcoming session. He is going to discuss a handout that he's sharing with you all from his team. There is a link to it on the attendee page where you can go and get if you make a copy, because it's a Google Doc or a Google Sheet. So don't write on the one that's the master one that he's created, please, everyone. Make a copy for yourself. It's, take one and pass it on. Don't just keep it all for yourself.
You shouldn't be able to write on the one I've handed out. So, and you don't. It's for after the talk, so you don't necessarily need it during the talk. Feel free to have a look at it during the talk. But yeah.
But yes, it is on the attendee page. As and when you want to go have a look at it. Other than that, there is nothing massively urgent to talk about. It's lovely to see everyone coming back from their break, and hope you managed to kind of stretch your legs. And depending what time you're at, it is about 2:30 here in the UK. So it's either breakfast time or lunch time, or at least it's coffee time, no matter where you are, I think. Yeah, and lovely. And Mark, unless there's anything you have to say, we will hand over to Tim.
I think I have nothing to say. I'm just listening.
You will be pleased to know that I've upgraded my blanket to a hoodie, so you no longer have to think I'm wearing some old man cardigan.
Welcome, Tim. Over to you.
Thank you, Mark, and yeah, thanks very much for having me come and talk today. I've got slight slide anxiety from Lucy's slides, which were just beautiful all the way through, and you know, to match a terrific talk, I was typing away and making a ton of notes. So really good stuff. So today I'm going to talk about the challenges of hiring your first product manager, which usually is in a startup space. That's usually where I kind of work and come from. But there's a whole load of stuff in here as well that, you know, if you're from a large organization or just hiring in general, that will hopefully be really useful for you. I've worked in product for a long time. I've held kind of leadership positions, VP, head of product positions at a number of early stage startups. I've been a first-time product hire on 2 occasions. One occasion didn't go very well at all. The second occasion went slightly better. So I've been in this position from a candidate perspective. And I've also built product teams from the inside in early stage startups and in large organizations as well. And now through product heads with the team here, we help hire, train and scale product teams in usually kind of fairly early stage and scale up companies. Obviously it's a real challenge hiring for product for the first time, certainly if you've never done it before, and in an early stage company where there are no kind of structures and processes and everything is still very sort of you know, moving around and nebulous and all over the place. So the average lifespan or the average life expectancy of a first hire PM is under 12 months in an early stage startup, which is a horrendous statistic. Not obviously for the candidates, the people that join those companies and then leave. It's not good, and it's also terrible for those organizations. It's expensive, and the kind of figure is somewhere between 150 to 250,000 pounds it would cost to hire somebody. So that is lost once they've left. That's kind of all costs included. So you know, people's time, obviously salary and on costs, you know, any recruitment fees you're paying, all of those kind of things that bundled in, plus opportunity costs, right? So obviously for startups, time is the most valuable thing. And if you lose 11, 12 months with somebody not performing in the role, you know, there's opportunity cost missed there, where you could have, you know, what could have happened if you'd have kind of hired right and got the right person in. Damaging for the rest of the team potentially, you know, wrong moves, disruption and all that sort of stuff, which can cause kind of ramifications for the rest of the team, the rest of the organization. And as I said at the start, it's you know, really crushing for the PM who, you know, in other circumstances, you know, may well have thrived. So this is not necessarily about you know, somebody being a bad PM. It's usually about kind of fit and making sure that you know, the business knows why they're hiring. So in order to make that you know, the sort of impact that you can have in order to sort of making that hire work as best as possible, really starts very early on in the sort of decision process of, you know, I think we need to hire a PM, and you can influence all the way through that hiring process and through onboarding, and then obviously throughout their tenure. But that early stage is really critical in terms of getting it right and getting them embedded in your company correctly. So what I'm going to talk through today is talking about when to hire. So if you're a really early stage company, when might you think about hiring your first PM? What you might look for, how to prepare, both as a hiring team and as a candidate. So throughout, I'm going to try and give sort of both viewpoints really, from the company perspective and the candidate perspective. What a good onboarding could look like, first 30, 60, 90 days. And then we should hopefully have some time for Q&As. So when to hire your first product manager? So the kind of the simple answer to this is theoretically, when you have product market fit or some sense that you have product market fit. Prior to that point, generally, the founding team should be pretty small for most companies, and absolutely focused on building a product. There is nothing else until you have a product that people might be interested in. There is a real danger actually of scaling too quickly, because you then have a whole load of inertia in the organization. It's really difficult if you're pivoting, you're changing the product, trying to keep everybody up to date, and focus becomes very, very difficult. So you really want to keep the team as small as possible until you've got some level of certainty that the thing you're doing is right, and that the thing you're doing is right. So once you get to that level and you've got product in the market, and you're starting to get customers using the product, you're starting to get customer feedback, you've got lots going on around the product. Two things happen. A, the founder CEO's job changes. So where they were focused on product, they now have to start thinking more about the rest of the company, and also the workload just gets materially larger. So it's very, very difficult for that for kind of one person to take on all of those things. So it starts to make sense then to hire somebody in to help look after product with you. Before that point, again, the sort of latency that you're adding by bringing in a PM, and the sort of cost of that isn't really worth it. You want to keep that connection between customer and you and the product as tight as possible, really. But then you also, as a sort of CEO founder, have to face a whole load of challenges. So there's a changing nature of your role. You've got you've got this thing that you've created, your baby, and you've got to potentially you've got to think about how you might work with somebody else to take that onto the next stage and the next steps. So there's a whole thing there about kind of letting go, and also focusing your attention as the company becomes your product rather than the product itself. Lots of different demands on your attention, and then obviously line managing and working with a PM. And you may not have done that before. So a lot of founders haven't necessarily worked with a product manager before, and they're suddenly line managing this person. So that's a real challenge. And then for a product manager coming into an organization as a first hire PM, obviously building credibility with the CEO and the organization is really difficult. Being able to push back and challenge some of the ideas and assumptions that might just be there already is very difficult, particularly when that person is your boss and your line manager. It's really challenging. Having autonomy can be a challenge, obviously, as part of that transition from somebody owning the product entirely to then letting somebody else take hold of it is a real challenge. And then obviously working under somebody who is still learning their role, and as to the challenges of the CEO is still learning like how to work with a product manager. What does a product manager do? How can they help me? So it's a really sort of messy space, and the key thing to do is to just spend some time really thinking about it. And a number of companies hire product managers potentially because they're told to, right? Sometimes their board and their VCs, their investors might say, actually, okay, now you've got a bit of product market fit, you need to start thinking about hiring. And so they kind of go out and hire and don't really spend enough time really thinking about what this person can do and how they can impact the organization and help them. So the first thing to say when you sort of start that journey really is that hiring a product manager is a team sport. And the reason is because, for those of us in product know, the role touches all parts of the organization. And to be successful, you'll need to interact with a number of different people around the organization, depending on the scope of the role and the stage of the business and all that sort of stuff. So it's not something that can be done in isolation. And one of the best ways of making sure that when your first PM actually starts, they are on a good footing is to involve other members of the team in sort of varying levels of inclusion. So So for some people, they might just need to be informed. They might need to know what's going on and have an opportunity to engage if they need to. And for others, they might need to be, very involved in the process, have veto capabilities. So again, it kind of depends on the focus of the role. But you would want somebody from engineering, for example, the senior person in engineering, for example, involved at some point. You might need somebody from marketing. You might need somebody from sales. You might want somebody from CS. Again, depending on the focus of the role and where the challenges are in the organization. So it's worth kind of taking a step back and just thinking about, okay, who needs to be involved in this? And then a bit later on, you can kind of decide. Obviously, you don't want a ton of people because that will, that can cause friction. So later on, you can sort of start to decide, okay, who just needs to be informed and included versus who is critical and needs to be part of the process. In terms of who you might hire, product managers, again, so we're gonna go through a skill sheet in a second, and we'll kind of start to talk about the the different skills and biases. There are some sort of fairly standard things that you might want to look for, again, depending on the size of the organization. Jonathan Golden, who was director of Airbnb first, I think some time ago, started talking about pioneers, settlers, and town planners as a way of sort of articulating the different personalities that work well in different environments. So pioneers are people that are really happy with ambiguity. They like the challenge of sort of creating something from nothing and bringing something new into the world. And they're obviously very good in kind of startup environments, may get frustrated and struggle in slightly larger organizations. Settlers are more about scale, so they want to take something and grow it. And then town planners are people who can make something robust. So if you sort of overlay the sort of typical journey of a product over the top of that, where you have that sort of very early MVP changing a lot, over a very short period of time, and then that moves into, okay, we've got something that we think our customers like here. How do we scale that out to a wider audience? And then it becomes, okay, how do we make this more robust and build it for the long term? So those three kind of roles, or those three sort of personas, map onto those three areas. If you're hiring for, again, if it's a really early stage startup, it's not great to hire somebody, for example, who has only worked in a large organization, is more of a town planner mentality, and the reverse is true. Often people think, if I hire somebody that's been a PM at Amazon, they can bring all of that knowledge and all of that value across. But often it just doesn't work out that way without the infrastructure and the things around them to help them. It's not, obviously we're dealing with people, so it's not a hard and fast rule. But it's usually good in the really early stages to have somebody who understands the messiness of the situation that they're going to join. And then on top of the sort of specific skills, there's some sort of must-haves, good to have some bonuses that are worth kind of trying to pick out. So some of them are fairly no-brainers, right? Good intellectual ability, processing and synthesizing information. Communication is a really big one for product managers. Demonstrating leadership, even if they're not in a leadership role, because often, certainly in early stage companies, they have to be able to show leadership and influence, and then obviously be collaborative and effective within your culture. I think these good to have. So I mean, that's a bit of a knack for knowing what users and customers want. If we all had that, then life would be a lot easier. But certainly strategic and analytical background. Technical background can be helpful. It's not required. Candidates always speak to me and ask me, do I need to have a technical background? Or do companies prefer me to have a technical background? It really depends on the role and the organization. And we'll talk about that in a minute when we get onto the kind of skills sheet, because it may be that actually a UX background or a marketing background is more valuable. So that's that. This is a list from Todd Jackson, who's ex Twitter and Dropbox. And again, I think these are just good to have. They're good to kind of think about as you start thinking about the kind of skills that your PM might need to have. So the really important thing is to sit and try and understand exactly what the PM persona is that you're going to need to help your company achieve what it needs to achieve over the next 12, 24 months. It's not a good idea to just kind of cut and paste and think, okay, this is what a product manager looks like. We'll just hire for those things. You need to really stop and think about what are the goals and challenges that your business faces. What are the team strengths and weaknesses that we currently have? So where are we, where do we have depth and where don't we? And then mold that together to think about, okay, how can this person come in and contribute to the team? And it sounds quite obvious, but it's amazing how many companies don't do this. And again, doing it as a team, so working through these things together as a hiring team is really, really important, because as an individual, you will have blind spots. And so doing it as a group and having a good discussion helps to identify those blind spots, helps you to have a really good discussion about exactly what the business needs. And again, when the PM starts, everybody, all of the stakeholders will be aligned about why they're there and what their job is going to be once they're in position. Once you've kind of thought about those things, and you may already have those things, right? If you're doing a good job, you may already have an idea of what your quarterly, half-year, yearly goals are. You may have a really good understanding of what that timeline looks like, not necessarily in terms of kind of features and roadmaps and all that kind of stuff, but you may have a good understanding of what that looks like in terms of the commercial goals and where you need to get to. What's a really good thing to do is to sit down and do some creative writing and sit down and write an appraisal, essentially an annual review for the person, for this PM once they're in place, even before you sort of start talking to candidates, and really just get creative and think about what would they have achieved in an ideal world. What would they have achieved over the sort of 12, 24 months that you want them to be in the role? What metrics will they have moved? How will the product be different? How will the organization be different? And then share this with the hiring team, right? And start to have that discussion about, okay, do they agree with this? Is this kind of accurate? And that document can start to form the basis for other collateral that you might need, like job specs and job ads and all that sort of stuff. So once you've got that kind of background and that sort of basis, you can start to work through a skills matrix. You can put your own skills matrix together, or as Kirk said at the start, there's a version on Google Docs that you can borrow from us. And essentially it's a list of all of the skills that a product manager might have, with a definition, so that everybody involved can clearly understand what's meant by those skills. And you can sit and stack rank those skills. Doesn't mean that they don't need to have. So I suppose a couple of things. First off, no candidate is going to have absolutely every skill on that sheet, and it doesn't mean that if you don't choose whatever it might be, commercial understanding, that isn't a valuable thing. It just means that it's not as valuable as the top 5, for example, that you might choose. So you can really start to identify what are the priority skills that you think this person needs, based on what the business needs to achieve, what impact they're hoping to have, will need in order to be successful in the role. And then you can use this throughout the process. So when you download that sheet, you'll see that it's actually got a scoring matrix on it as well. So for everybody involved in, for example, interviewing processes, they can score a candidate from 0 to 3 or 0 to 5, for each of those top 5 skills. And then you can say, okay, so for, you can set a benchmark. So top 5 skills are table stakes. Candidates must score well on these in order to progress, and you can set a minimum score that you'll accept. So it gives you a standardized way of benchmarking candidates for a start, so that you can actually, in some sort of scientific way, actually kind of measure and track track candidates and measure candidates against each other. But it also gives you a load of great content for feedback and helps you structure. And we'll talk a bit in a second about sort of candidate experience, and actually being able to give good feedback is really, really important for candidates you're taking forward and candidates you're not taking forward. And it helps you in other rounds to decide what to dig into. So you might see that actually, a candidate was good, they passed the top 5 skills in that first interview, but maybe they were a little bit weaker on some areas. So you might want to dig in and get some better understanding in those areas. So it can just provide a really good framework for the rest of the process. So for candidates, and so thinking about it from the other side now, as a business, having those things in place and really understanding why you're hiring is critical. Obviously, so that you know the skills that you're hiring for, but also as a candidate, what you should be doing as a candidate is really checking that the companies you're interviewing for understand those things. It is all too common for candidates to land at an early stage company and not and find very quickly rather that the company doesn't really understand what they want you to achieve. There are no clear goals for your role, and you're just sort of dropped in and told to crack on. So as a candidate, you want to really test that with the organization. It's part of your due diligence. Do they know why they're hiring a PM? Do they know what success is going to look like, so that I can understand what success is like as a candidate? I always kind of think for a PM, the job almost starts in the hiring process, trying to identify what success looks like, and then diagnose the organization kind of as you go through that process. So it's really good to ask every single person that you get a chance to speak to, are they aware? Do they know what the mission is? Do they know the OKRs? Do they understand what success looks like? Because again, if there's misalignment there's that's a red flag in terms of the organization. The second thing you want to do is be really clear about
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, you're okay.
Also, you're changing topics, and I had a question.
That's okay. Yeah, jump in.
So you've been talking a lot about like metrics for a product manager, but I'm wondering, like for a product manager, what are reasonable metrics to expect? So, running a company, I'd be like, all right, like I want to increase revenue, but maybe that's not something that should be like, I could expect that product manager to do. I expect them to influence it, but maybe that's not a fair way to measure performance. So my question is, like, in your experience, what are some of the best ways to measure success when it comes to product management? Is it like softer things like delivering like certain, product improvements, or is it hard metrics like reduced churn or, those sorts of things?
Yeah, it's a really great question. And the answer is, again, it's a bit of a kind of it depends. Depending on the stage of your organization, you can certainly have hard metrics and reducing churn, improving customer acquisition. All of these things could be part of a metric. Again, as I say, it depends. So it's kind of ultimately kind of look across the product, understand what the challenges are, and identify those things. But there may well be more softer challenges that the organization faces, right? They might have like just delivery challenges. So there might be issues around yes, speeding up, maybe we're deploying, once in a blue moon rather than regularly, or, so there could be some really hard and fast things. So it just depends on what challenges the organization is facing. But it's a great question, and it's a good thing to think about. So I was mentioning in the slide about doing some creative writing is think about what some of those metrics might be, and whether they can influence those things. It's not, they can, I mean, it's, yeah, again, things, some of the commercial metrics, they might be involved in influencing, and there isn't, they could be a part of that team that is helping to influence those things. So it really depends on the business and the challenges that the company is facing.
Thanks, Tim.
So then, for a company, the next thing you kind of need to start looking at is thinking about how you define your process. Candidate experience is really, really important. As a candidate, you are looking to understand whether the company has got its stuff together, right? Can they? At this point, nothing about the company, and it's really important as a company to recognize that and empathize with the customer. I think with the candidate, because it's often easy to forget that everything about your company, right? You think your company's great and it's going to go on and do fantastic things. The candidate has no idea of any of those things. They're meeting you for the first time, and so actually some of the really simple things are the things that they will judge you on. So if you're not getting back to candidates quickly, if you're, if you seem disorganized, if you're adding in new stages to the process, ad hoc, all of those things can affect the candidate experience, and that's all they know of you. It's a bit like that, first impressions thing. So it's really important to get these things sorted out and be really well organized around this stuff. Get feedback quickly, give feedback really quickly, have as few stages as you can get away with, but you need enough to be able to do a proper assessment. But you need to keep the stages short so you can get people through the process quickly, and then get really organized internally in terms of like lining up everybody who's going to interview and all that sort of stuff. When you have an interview scheduled and it has to be cancelled because somebody says, oh, something else has come up, from the candidate's point of view, that's saying, I'm not that valuable. This isn't a priority for you. There are other things that are more important. Obviously, life happens, so it can't always be avoided, but it's really important to just kind of get as organized as you possibly can on those things. There's a load of really good resources on what a process can look like. I didn't put it in here because it would just kind of take too long to go through. There's lots of questions about exercises, no exercises, send home tasks, interview tasks, and we can maybe talk about some of those things in the Q&As. But the key thing is to keep it punchy and short and push people through the process quickly and efficiently. So from a company perspective, what winning looks like is having a really clear understanding of what the PM needs to achieve over the next 12 to 24 months, having stakeholder buy-in and alignment, have a clear scoring process, a standardized scoring process and methodology that's easy to administer, a great candidate experience with engagement all the way through the process, and as much time, and as a shorter time to hire as possible, while still getting the balance right that you're covering off all the bases and you're giving yourselves enough opportunity to properly assess the candidate. And then from the candidate's perspective, you really need to do your due diligence, particularly for those really early stage companies. So does anybody in your network know the company? Can you talk to them about them? Can you find out more about them, from the outside? What does their runway look like? How are they doing for funding? What are their customers? Do they actually have, are their customers kind of valid customers? Often with early stage B2B, they might have a number of customers, but those customers could be on trials or they could be investors sometimes. So it's really important to try and tease out exactly what stage they're at. and really understand the real challenges that they face. What, you know, I think as a candidate, you can't ask too many questions. You should always be asking questions, A, so that you understand exactly what you're getting into, but B, because that demonstrates to the interviewers that you have interest and curiosity, which are key product manager skills. But ultimately, you're looking for openness and honesty. So everybody that you interview or you're interviewing with should be really open and honest. They should understand and own the problems that the organization has. Every organization, every startup has problems. That's fine, but they need to really understand those. Oh, let's show anyway. Not sure what's happening there. Oh yeah. Okay. So just before we move on. Do not hire, as an early stage company, do not hire a head VP director of product as your first hire. There's a couple of reasons for it. So it's easy to kind of think, oh, well, we're not really sure, so let's hire somebody who is really, really kind of senior and experienced, and they can kind of come in and they can tell us. It really often doesn't work. And there are a number of reasons why. A head of VP director is beyond the IC, the individual contributor stage. They will want to be building out a team. They'll want to be working on strategy. They will want to be doing things that you're probably not ready to do yet. More than likely, your first hire PM will be essentially an individual contributor. This happened to me in one of my first roles. I was hired in as a VP of product. I was the only product manager in the organization. I was just doing product work, right? The second thing is you probably aren't ready to relinquish control entirely. So you probably want to have the option to be able to direct this person to some degree. And a head of VP, really senior person, may well struggle with that. So ideally, you want to find somebody who is senior enough and experienced enough, but is still prepared to work collaboratively with you and take instruction and happy to get into the weeds and do an individual contributor role. The other thing is you want to give yourself optionality. So there's a good chance that this first hire, even if you do all of these things, won't be right for the head of VP director role. If you've never worked with a product person before, you know, until you've worked with somebody, you might not know what you need in that role. And the organization will look very different at the point at which you need to hire more product managers and need to hire a head of and a VP. So this person might be promoted into that role down the line, but they might not. And it's always a sort of, it's always a red flag when you look at a startup and you look at the org structure and there's a whole load of mess at the top there where they've got, you know, vice presidents, senior vice presidents and all that sort of stuff. And it's usually because they've hired too senior too early, and it can end in disaster. So my advice is always hire a midweight or a senior PM, give yourself optionality, and then you can either promote them or you can hire above them later on if you need to. And then finally, in terms of, we'll move on to the kind of onboarding in a second, but just to sort of finish out the time process. Don't make it hard for somebody to accept your offer. I'm just going to move down to the side because that sun in my office is blinding me. So give me 1 second. Yeah. So the other thing is, don't make it hard for somebody to accept your offer. Sadly, this is where a lot of things fall down. It's just, I mean, it's a general kind of recruitment thing, but clearly list out the offer in an email, give them full details of the package, show what benefits and perks there are. Don't get cross if a candidate negotiates. This does happen quite a lot, where founders get a bit offended if a candidate negotiates. I've seen founders get upset with, so often you get package and stock, and I've seen candidates say, actually, salary and stock. I'd rather take salary than stock, and founders get really upset because they think you're not invested in the company because you're not taking stock. Again, just remember that this person knows nothing about your company. You think your company is fantastic, but this person's interviewing at 3 or 4 other companies where the founders think the company is fantastic. They don't know. So yeah, just be aware of that. And then don't have unreasonable terms in the contract. Again, just, it's about candidate experience and to some degree trust. And this again is why it can fall down, because if this process isn't managed well, essentially 2 people who have only just met are starting to chip away at trust before they've even started in the role. So really important to get that all sort of sorted out and aligned. So this is brilliant. You've hired a fantastic product manager. You're both really excited, and it gets to kind of day one, and onboarding. Onboarding has such a huge impact on somebody's likelihood to succeed and stay in a role. There's evidence to show that it has a 50% impact on new hire productivity and massive retention gains beyond 2 years. So it's really, really important to get the onboarding process, lined up really well as well. The simplest thing is to make sure you have a plan, and unfortunately, so many people don't have a plan. So somebody turns up, you hear stories of people not even having laptops and things on their first day, but they kind of turn up and then it's kind of wing it from there. Job's done, right? We've hired somebody. Really not the case. So you can have a really detailed first 30-day plan. And actually what I tend to do is use something like Trello, something really simple like Trello, to list out, first day, second day, or first week tasks that they can be doing, sometimes really basic and mundane. And again, for candidates, some of the really simple things that you don't think about, like, what should I wear? Or who do I speak to about holiday? Really basic stuff. You can list out on a Trello board. Again, if you're an early stage company, you've probably not done a lot of hiring, so you probably don't have these resources. You don't need to have all the resources of a big organization. You can just get something really simple, generated that just helps to take some of those questions away. For a product manager, really, the first week and first 30 days is about learning. You shouldn't really expect them to be contributing much in that first 30 days. They might start to do a few little things, but the key thing is to have them learning. So get them meeting key people around the team. I always think it's good to ask, for them to ask the same 3 questions, right? What's going well? What's not going well from that person's perspective? And then what's the one thing they could start doing that would be helpful? It's a really good way of them starting to understand the organization, get to know people, and start diagnosing where they might be helpful. Get them to learn the product. So shadowing, customer success, if you've got customer success or sales, have them sit down with a CTO and senior engineer, get to know the product, review documents, and they could even contribute to them, right? They could start tidying up, or generating documents is a great way of learning about the product. That's kind of, potentially client-facing docs, help docs and support docs, things like that. And obviously read up on product strategy and goals and discuss it with them. You should really be meeting with them as a line manager in that first week for a quick, even if it's 15 minutes every single day at the end of the day, to just check in and understand, like, how it went, who they spoke to, what they're learning. You can start to reduce that, after that sort of first and second week, but meet with them every day, have an end of first week wrap up, so that you're really getting a lot of contact time with them and starting to build that relationship on both ways, right, on both sides. Give them a project to do, but don't throw them into something complex. So it can be quite good to put them in a team, get them shipping something with a really low risk factor, but something where they can start to learn the product and they can start to learn the personalities and the technology and how things are done. But again, really low risk. It could probably be done without their involvement, but it's something that they can start to feel like they're contributing to the organization and getting stuff shipped. And then throughout that 30 days, you can start to work collectively on a 60 and 90-day goals, a 60 and 90-day plan that they can start to work for. And that's a good way to have them think about the organization and the product. Obviously, if you've done all the work early on and you understand what it is that you want them to achieve, then you can talk through those, and you can start to put a plan together about how they're going to go about doing that, and work with them really, really closely on it. Okay, so that's everything. I hope that all sort of helped and made sense. And again, there's lots of stuff that's transferable to larger organizations as well. There's a few references that are worth picking up. So Ken Norton, I'm sure a lot of you will know, has done a really great blog post about kind of when to hire your first PM. There's a good book called Cracking the PM Interview, which is written for product managers, but I think it's really great for hiring managers to have a read through as well, from their perspective. And there's a great book for leaders which you may have come across, called First 90 Days by Michael Watkins, which is about really about senior leaders coming into a business and how they can be successful in their first 90 days. But I think because product is such a broad role, I think it's a really useful read for product managers as well. So questions or thoughts, comments?
Hey Tim, this is Ryan.
Thanks, Tim. Ryan from Point of Rental.
Hey there. Thanks so much for the talk. Just two questions. First, around compensation. In every type of role, there's kind of, I feel like, generalized temperaments of, are they they're okay with a lower than market salary for a big chunk of equity, or vice versa. What do you see with product managers as being the most compelling compensation packages to get the best people in for, your first PM hire? And then secondly, what are some red flags to look for over the first, 90 days to a year, where it's, you said most of the time the first hire won't probably end up working out. What are the kind of things that you should be looking for? Because obviously the quicker you can move on to the longer term hire, the better, but you also you have to give people a chance and stuff. So I'm just curious your thoughts on those two things.
Yeah, those are two great questions. So the compensation, in terms of that mix of kind of base salary and equity, I find it varies depending on people's stages of life, actually, and also their to some degree their appetite for risk. So I've certainly found that you find people who would much rather just take a salary than, they're happy with equity, but they'd rather the weight was more on the salary, because they might be the primary breadwinner, right? They've got bills to pay, and actually the cash right now is frankly what they need, rather than they're not necessarily in a position of having a luxury of essentially investing to some degree in the company.
Or they might have worked for equity before.
Well, exactly. Exactly. I wasn't going. Yeah, exactly. That was exactly right. So that's what I mean. Where they maybe been on that journey before, they may be kind of a bit more, a bit more round, a bit more sort of wise and kind of think, actually, how's this going to work? And I would rather take equity. I'd rather take salary. Again, that's why I kind of. But the broader point is that there are lots of different things that motivate people. And salary isn't necessarily the main thing, particularly with product folks. The team, the opportunity, and the type of product they're working on, the excitement of the market or the product is really, really important. So even though at the moment, for example, salaries can be a bit crazy, it doesn't always come down to salary. There are some other factors as well that influence it as well. It's not uncommon, if you do end up negotiating, it's really important to have a really good discussion with them to understand what are the things that are important to them. For some people, a bit more holiday is important to them, and they will take another 2 or 3 days holiday because they've got family abroad, for example, and they'd like to visit them for long weekends, over $5,000 extra in their pay packet, for example. So I think on salary, it's really, really important to understand what it is that's motivating the person that you're talking to. And again, that's why it's really important when you make the offer, to really list everything out and go through it with them. Either you, or if you're using a recruiter, go through it with them to really understand, what is important to them. Pension might be important to them. Again, with benefits, that changes depending on life stage, right? Younger people might really be interested in gym membership. Somebody else might be more interested in travel to work vouchers, or it's all these things. It's the complete package, I suppose I'd say is interesting. Sorry, go on.
Sorry.
No, if there was a
continue to answer. I've got some questions lined up, but just picking up on your issue about negotiating with recruiters. Should you ever do that? Considering recruiters are generally compensated by salary, so they're less likely to communicate fairly things like, I'd rather have more holiday. And shouldn't you actually be talking to somebody directly at that point?
Yes. So the advice, I want to go back to the second question that was asked, which I'll do and say I need a reminding of it because it was a really good question. But I'll answer this one and then come back. Well, two things. First of all, if you're using a recruiter, you should have trust with them. So you should build up a relationship with somebody who you trust and is able to and is able to do a good job and isn't just in it for that kind of and is in it for the long-term relationship rather than that kind of shorter payoff. One of the areas that recruiters can be really helpful in is informally floating an offer. Yes, I'm sure there are sort of unscrupulous people out there, but if you have that really trusted relationship with them, they can be a really good conduit for understanding some of the things that we were talking about. So they can speak to a candidate initially and say, look, this is what they're thinking of offering. How does that sit with you? And so that when you get into that, when you make the formal offer, you're much more sure about how it's going to land. But also the recruiter should have had a conversation with the candidate to understand what are those factors that are important to them, so they can help to advise in terms of what that offer looks like. So I get the question mark. I think that's it's something that everybody thinks about. It is really important. I mean, I agree, have those conversations as well directly if you want to, but a good recruiter you should be able to trust them, and you should be able to work with them to do that, because they should be more motivated on continuing to have a relationship with you and continue to work with you.
And they're all uniquely not like the other recruiters, which is great to hear. So Brad, next question, then Joe, then Mark Stevens. So Brad.
Thank you, Tim. This is very helpful. As a company is starting and growing, or even a company that may be older but is reaching a point of kind of critical growth, these product manager roles are the first ones often expected to be kind of combination strategic product management and execution product owner responsibilities together. And if so, then how do you know at what point to have a dedicated product owner role to free up the product manager for really strategic work?
It's a really great question, and it to some degree it depends on which school of thought you come from. So I could be, there's obviously a whole debate actually raging at the moment about whether product owner is in a smaller tech company is something that needs an individual specifically to do that role. So I think just kind of thinking through. Personally, I'm a fan of having a product manager try and do the end to end. So even if they are thinking strategically, which they should be doing, I think my preference would always be to have discrete teams that are focused on particular areas of the product, and then a PM who is working directly with engineers. If you've got a really strong engineering team in there, they can take on some of that Scrum PO role. and give the PM a bit more time to be thinking about some of the strategic stuff. So yeah, good question. The other thing actually I've seen is project managers sometimes as well. So I have seen startups really, or kind of scale ups, be really successful with project managers who are essentially just managing the flow of work through the engineering team.
Okay, thank you, Tim.
Great, and I think that probably segues into Mark's question, but let's go with Joe first.
Oh, Mark, if you want to go first, that's fine with me. It segues.
Mark?
Okay, so my question is sort of related in that I have a 12-person development team with multiple products. So we're not the size where I have a desk that has a product manager on it, but we are at the size where I really, as the founder, don't want to spend my time managing any of these products because my focus is on the company and the sales.
Yeah.
So I wondered, so the solution we've adopted so far essentially is to have one of the developers, senior developers, as sort of product lead on the product. But I wanted to drill down and understand on what your thoughts were on how this alters the equation and what your thoughts are.
Well, so without sort of being, obviously I don't know that person and the character, there is a risk that, so obviously we all know that the PM's role is to balance a number of different parties, right? It's essentially to negotiate between a number of different things that are in tension, right? What's right for the business, what's right for customers, what's right from a technical perspective. If somebody is too wedded to one of those areas, then you end up with a bit of a bias. So there is a risk that if you just kind of use a different situation, but if somebody from sales took on a product role, then there is a risk that they would have a bias for obviously just doing exactly what the customer wanted all the time, which isn't obviously a great way to build a product, because it might not be useful for it might not be commercially viable, for example. So my sense is that the person in a product role needs to be an independent arbitrator between those things, which is why I always think that a PM should report to the CEO and not to the CTO, for example, because that's otherwise they again become biased because their line manager is the CTO. So I don't know, did that help, Mark? Does that answer your question?
Yes, I think. Do you think it's possible for somebody to be a part-time PM, or do you think that's an inherently contradictory role?
No, I don't think it is possible. No, I don't think it's possible to be a part-time PM.
Thank you very much.
But part-time PM within the organization, what about kind of, and these are pretty or relatively common things, fractional CPOs, CMOs, CTOs, there's a whole, this is a fairly established thing. How do you, where's your kind of thinking on?
You mean in terms of CPTOs, that kind of thing, where they're sort of doing two hats?
No, I'm thinking about if product is something that you really need. If there's one person full-time in an organization and you say, okay, you're full-time in the organization and 2 days a week you're doing product and 3 days you're doing something different, there's always going to be tension. But there are individuals, and I think you do some of this as well, who will work maybe 1 day a week for an organization over a period of time to help provide some of that.
Yeah, I think that's possible, but I think the scope has to be very clearly defined, because I think otherwise, it becomes. I think you have to really understand what value that person is going to. Is there it has to be really targeted in terms of what they're actually doing, what they're contributing. Most product managers will say two things. They don't have enough time in the week to be doing all the things they need to be doing, and they really struggle between the strategic and the the sort of three things of strategic, the sort of down in the weeds implementation, and then also the management kind of part of it. So there's a real challenge with PMs in terms of how they spend their time, between actually having chunks of time where they can be creative, where they can build and make things, and then chunks of time where they're doing management-y, meeting-y type stuff. So when if the role is either part-time or split, the pressure just becomes even more acute. So I think you have to be really clear in terms of like what their primary purpose is during that period of time.
Is that all helpful, Mark?
That's very helpful. Thank you. I think in all our jobs, there's constant risk. That's why we're in this business.
Joe Pitch.
Thank you. Thanks, Tim. You said something in your presentation that really resonated with me, which was, so I guess I am a part-time product manager right now, but that's just because, it's just still, we're sort of, even though after many, many years, still sort of in startup mode, and really hoping to relinquish that responsibility at some point. And I think Patrick's here somewhere. But one of the things that you said, and by the way, the product management part of my job is probably my favorite part. I probably like that more than anything else. But you said something during a presentation, which I really like, which was the company is now your product. So, and that resonates with me because that's actually some of the things that we've been doing over the past 6 months, and kind of makes me still feel like a product manager, even though I'm giving it up. But so my question actually is different. So when you were talking, there was a slide that you showed on general skills. It's from Todd Jackson. And one of the must-haves was excellent communication, of course.
Yeah.
But then one of the bonuses was create designs. And one of the things, in my experience, the best way to communicate something, an idea to a development team is actually through mock-ups, through mock-up designs. And actually, I love Balsamiq. I know that Balsamiq is in the community here, Paley. It's one of the best tools of all time because it's a very quick way to get ideas on paper. And I feel like, well, two things. One, it's a great way before you present it to refine the idea because you can kind of go through it very quickly. But then you could hand a development team a 100-page spec doc, and that pretty much guarantees that it won't be read. Or you can do a presentation with mock-ups, which is very, very engaging. So sorry for the long question, but my question is, when you said creates designs, what did you mean by creates design? And it seemed like that was a bonus, where I almost think that that's a core way to communicate. So it was kind of, at odds.
Yeah, I think there's probably, and there's a couple of different sort of fidelities to that. And again, so in the skills matrix at the bottom, I've put in what I call skills biases. So depending on what the business needs, you might want somebody to be aware of all those things and capable in all those directions, but have a particular depth in one of them. I think so. So there's but I think there's a couple of different things. I agree with you completely around being able to communicate visually. I think that is so important. So I think at the point that you're hiring a product person, you should probably be, if you haven't already, hiring a UX or UI type person, a product designer type person as well, because it's such a critical skill that is often not valued enough. Actually, I think in earlier stage companies, and it comes back to bite them later on down the line. And the reason why I think that's important is because then, as a PM, you probably shouldn't be spending lots of time in like Sketch or Figma doing high fidelity designs for engineering to implement. But I think what you should be able to do is exactly the things you're talking about, which is communicate, tell stories, and be able to pick up a pen and scribble on a whiteboard. And actually, in the good old days of in-person interviews, that was one of the things that I always looked for in PMs was, we would do an exercise in a room with a whiteboard. I would sit and wait for the person to pick up the pen themselves and go to the whiteboard and start. Oh, this is what I'm thinking about. Really excited, communicating, and able to articulate visually what they're kind of thinking about and what they're talking about. I now actually use InVision for that kind of thing, which is similar to Balsamic. They have a product called Freehand, which is funny to those of us who are old enough to remember Macromedia. So they have a product called Freehand, which is basically like a whiteboard. And so I do like to try and have a part of the interview process where I can see somebody drawing and articulating their ideas visually. But so it's a bit of a rambling answer, Joe, but I guess my point is I don't think there's a lot of value in a product manager, as I say, being able to create design systems or really get into the weeds of a sketch, of high fidelity work for engineers to then implement. If they are doing that, then I would be concerned. But they do need to be able to communicate, and they need some awareness of those kind of things as well. Obviously, they need awareness of the whole process so they can help manage it and support the team.
Thank you, Tim. That helped.
Great. Any other questions before we wrap up? Very, very
I think
helpful.
there was one. Sorry, Mark. There was one question. So the first question was a double parter. I can't remember who asked it. And the second question was, what are the flags you should look out for in the first kind of 3 months, 6 months, year if somebody isn't working out? And I just want to answer it because I think it's a really good question. There's a number of skills we talked about their communication that are frustratingly called soft skills, because actually I think they're the hardest skills in product management, around communicating, around leadership, around persuasion, around credibility, and so I think it's, if you start to see around ownership, I think if you start to see challenges in those areas, I think those for me are kind of warning signs. I think one of the first jobs as a PM when they join is to start building that credibility, being able to influence and kind of take the team with them, obviously with kind of humility and empathy. And I think if those things aren't happening, then that's a challenge. And actually, if they haven't managed to do that within sort of 3 to 5 months, then they're probably never going to do it. And then the other thing is just if actually it's common across all roles, but if they're just not delivering, is the other thing. So if you're just starting to see that actually, obviously things go south, but if it's regularly kind of cropping up that things aren't happening, things aren't delivering, there are excuses, I think that's a challenge as well. So those are, it's obviously it's I'm always nervous to generalize, but those are kind of some of the things that I would look out for.
Great, thank you, and really helpful worksheet as well. You are able to view only, so this is obvious, but save your own copy so that you don't mess it up for everybody, and leave your notes about someone.
Yeah.
To then get cloned across the world. Thank you, Tim. Really super helpful. And I really like the question. I think it was Joe Pitch who's, in danger of being sent a shiny apple as teacher's pet and smart questions of the day. But it was talking about how you compensate, how you set compensation for product people. And this is a lot of the things that we talked about in this session and Lucy's earlier on bear standalone sessions on their own, but actually Rich Mironov has got a lot of things to say about this, and when he comes to Cambridge for BoS Europe, do you know the way I just beautifully segued in a little plug. So he's coming to BoS Europe this year for the Cambridge event, and literally his talk is about resolving the fundamental conflict between product people and everybody that's forward looking in a business, and sales, marketing, and everything else, which is really about meeting the next quarter's numbers. And yeah, there's a fundamental challenge, and wherever you sit in a company, you're either one or the other, and being you have two completely different sets of language. How do you reconcile it? And he's got some quite provocative thoughts on that, so that's going to be great. All right, I'm going to say hello very quickly to Jim, who's up and about, disappointingly not in his pajamas, partly because I know he doesn't wear pajamas, but boom. Jim, do you want to say hello? I think you're on mute.
Yeah, hey, how are you all doing?
We're really good. Great to see you.
Yeah, great to
we're
be
going to be joining you in about 25 minutes or something, just under. Do you want to just give us sort of the 10-second what we're going to talk about?
Sure. I'm going to discuss customer interviewing, why you should do it, when you can do it, and there'll actually be a practice session where you'll see me interview people, and then you'll be able to interview each other. And I hand you all the materials and make it easy. But the idea is to feel like, what does it feel like to do a good interview? And what does it look like to see a bad interview? And it's a really nice way to get comfortable with interviewing so you can do it yourself.
Yeah, brilliant. And one thing I'd say about that is that if people could read about this all they like, but absolutely nothing beats doing those things. And once you start doing them and you start to feel the difference, you never look back. So Kirk, unless there's anything to add.
What I will do is, I know that after Jim's session, your brains are going to be just, blowing away. So I'm going to do my little bit that I normally do at the end. I'm going to do it now while you're all here, before you all disappear. Just a reminder that we are shaping all of our online stuff this year, slightly differently, and we need your feedback. So on the attendee page, I have put the evaluation form, so if you can give us some feedback about the different sessions, what you like, what you don't like, or if you want to just fill it in completely separately, there's a bit.ly link here that takes you to our comments. And yeah, it really, really helps us build these online events stronger for you, and so that we're getting the right people delivering amazing stuff for our community. So other than that, that's the only other thing that I have to say.
Great.
And otherwise we can go for a break.
We'd love some volunteers. I'd love Kirk, can you set up interviews with like maybe 3 volunteers from this group so we could do some practice interviews?
Yes.
Brilliant. So the first people to volunteer and connect with Kirk get some sort of meaningless, virtual, pointless prize. They certainly get some respect. Okay, we'll see you on the hour. Thank you very much. Great talk, Tim.
Good, thanks.
So yeah, Jim, you've just arrived, and we'd all we're taking a bit of a half-hour break. So your session will, well, it's a 20-minute break. Your session will start on the hour. So now is the time, if you want to go get yourself a drink, stretch your legs before you get started. Now is the time to do it.
Sounds great. Awesome.
You want to have a quick chat, Jim? Are you okay?
I'm good, unless you have something for me.
There's nothing I could teach you. It's this is a very asymmetric relationship, I fear. We'll speak soon.
Yeah.
Hey, Chief.
Hi, Mark. We're waiting for the big reveal on whether we're back in the seaport again.
What's your betting?
My betting is we are, because you would have to find something.
It's exciting.
But you can keep me on tenterhooks. So
we might even be finding even more exciting places.
Even more exciting would be cool, but
yeah,
somewhere nice.
Oh yeah, definitely, always.
The next 2 months, I've got to go to Oxford, Cambridge, San Francisco, Montpellier, Paris, and Leicester. You have to spot the odd one out of the list.
Well, Oxford, presumably. But it's your daughter's final year?
She's in Birmingham now. We're having a birthday in Oxford. So.
Oh, nice. So there we are. Hi, Jim. Oh, it's disappeared.
He's
Go back
hiding.
a second. Well, what are you doing in San Francisco?
I'm going out for Trailblazer, and I'm also got a potential client. So, and I'm going on the movie tour as well, just because you can't just go to San Francisco and not have fun. So I will come back and be able to bore Mark on all of the details on every film that was shot in San Francisco in the last 50 years. You have been warned.
Have you seen The Game with Sean Penn and Michael Douglas?
Yes, and I will be able to see where it was filmed as well.
Yeah, the last scene in The Game is one of the coolest scenes ever, and happens at one of the nicest hotels downtown that houses conferences, and you can kind of walk through it, and it's just this incredible room.
Yep.
So, yeah.
We went to last time we went to the Civic Centre because that's where the final scene of Invasion of the Body Snatchers is filmed with Donald Sutherland, and we were trying to find the spot where he has the iconic holds his hand up, and they've changed so many buildings in the background we couldn't actually be sure that we'd found it.
Wow. On their website.
You shouldn't go there. Don't go to the Civic Center. It's really not our best foot forward, Mark. It's really. Now, what about Vertigo? Did you go to Fort Point all the way to the end?
Yep. Robin Williams toilets, Mrs. Doubtfire's house. Mark will be avoiding me at the next conference because I want to tell him all about it and show him all 4,000 pictures I took.
If they're not slides, I'm not interested.
We'll have to team up and really work to get BoS to go back to San Francisco one day, Mark. Don't worry, we'll get there.
It should. I mean, in practice, it should alternate between the East Coast and the West Coast. That would be really cool.
Why not both?
Both.
When was it last in San Francisco?
2010. There you
go. 9.
Was it 9?
9, yeah.
I was going to say long time ago.
I think I was there.
It's where I did my kitten talk.
The lightning talk, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that why you moved it away from San Francisco? I've always wondered.
We weren't allowed back after that.
Yeah, we're such a picky city. Oh my goodness. At least we still have that. At least you can still do what you want and be yourself here. That's about what's left of our reputation.
I had to find a new hotel, so I'm in the Triton this time because I used to stay in the Mason, and that's not the Mason, the Metropolis, and it got closed down in slightly dodgy circumstances, which appear to follow the book.
The book? So which one?
Now, the Hotel Metropolis. You know, there's a famous Art Deco film which ends in dodgy circumstances, and the hotel decided to do the same. It was on Mason Street. Well, Mason Street's everywhere in San Francisco. But yeah.
Wow.
Okay, if I took the screen, Mark?
You just did. But that's absolutely fine. That's absolutely fine. Okay, welcome back to answer Patrick's question. I think Tim is going to be around. I know he was around. I know he was around a little while ago, but he should be. But if he isn't, Patrick, we can put you in touch. Just let us know. No problem at all. Okay, final session today. And I guess in some ways we've been leading up to this. I think some of these some of these sessions often sort of have ways of weaving together quite nicely. We're going to be talking about interviews. We're going to be talking about when you do them, why you do them, how you should do them, and we're going to do some practice. So Kirk, is there anything that you want to say before we crack on?
Not particularly. We do have another online day coming up in May, which would be great to see. It now it's going to be a jobs to be done one. But we'll send out some more information about that after this conference. The only other thing I'd like to say is, Jim, you're screen sharing at the moment, but there's lots of bits missing my end from what you're sharing. So I think it might be windows overlapping that aren't quite working. So there's a big bit of your screen that we can't see.
Oh, there we are. Look at that.
That's starting to look better.
Yeah, I had the Zoom. I'm trying to put the videos of you on top of the share.
Sorry.
That's interesting. I was blocking it. All right. So I like looking at all of you. I may have to look to the side. But yeah, okay. Is that better?
Perfect. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, put your hands together and welcome Jim Morris.
Hey, folks. You know, if you feel like it, you are more than welcome to turn on your video. The presence of cats or children or eating or drinking are all totally fine. For me, it's really looking at all of you to see, you know, how the concepts are landing, and when I see people nodding their heads or shaking their heads or having questions, it helps a lot. So feel free to do that. Life is welcome here. Okay. So let's get started. Customer interviewing is something that I've done a lot of, and I didn't necessarily think I was going to start out that way. So, you know, for me, oh, there we go. I started in computer science as a software engineer out of Stanford, and jumped into a startup that sold sporting goods back when Amazon only sold books. Grew that quite a bit, went to IPO. It was quite a road to travel, and it was amazing to learn all that, and did a lot of product just because there were no product managers at that time, and I was one of those business-minded engineers who would talk to the people when they came over to the cubicle. Then a couple of us started a company called Power Reviews, and it was a product reviews platform, and still is. And we went from 0 clients to 1,200 clients in 7 years. And then we were purchased by our competitor, who also had 1,200 clients, and I worked with them for a couple of years. And then we were sued by the federal government in the US as a monopoly. And so I am a convicted monopolist. So there you have it. And we got spun out and spent another year kind of recreating the company from, not quite from scratch, but almost. After 10 years, I left that and became independent. And in that time frame, I did a startup about posture, and I also teach at the UC Berkeley Institute for Engineering Leadership. I sort of teach grad students product management. So that's my journey, and I really love product and chose product when I went out on my own, because it is a place where we can make a lot of positive change. So where do I do this? There's a consumer type. Consumer clients, digital health clients, about 50% of my business now, such a growing area, and then really tech, finance, energy, other industries. So we're talking about customers, users. I've calculated that I talk to about 100 customers or users a year. Not directly, but through my clients. I mean, I'm on the video often. They do the interviews, I coach them to do it. So it's been about 700 of these interviews over the past 7 years. And there are lots of trends that I see, and there are lots of ways that I tried to make it easy for my teams. So I'll share those with you today. Why do we talk to users? Well, let's talk about saving money. Here's a case study of an entrepreneur I worked with. And when I met him, he'd already spent $200,000 US on building a website, 50,000 in market research, and 150,000 on the site. So what that meant was he'd put a lot of his soul into it and his bank account, but he had no traffic. And So we set out to figure out what was going on and why it had received no traffic. We actually created some fake prototypes, found what he thought were the target customers, and just started interviewing people. We didn't even use his website because it wasn't quite functional enough. And after about 20 interviews, we had a great idea of where people are approximating his activity that he wanted to use technology for, and where they hung out online, and what these people really wanted. And so we, on a no-code website called Squarespace, I had his team build this very basic website, and we started driving traffic to it from Facebook groups and from Nextdoor. His idea is that when you want something done in your house, you need to find a plumber, electrician, handyman, but you may not know anybody in the neighborhood. So you want to meet your neighbors and you want to get advice from your neighbors. So it's an online site to do that. And we started driving traffic, and with $150 and some sweat equity, he had a website up and running, driving 50 people a day, 100 people a day, 150 people a day. And so these 20 interviews really helped us learn about what we could built something quickly, and then again started doing surveying and interviewing about this site, iterated it into a second site where he felt more comfortable spending more money. You can see the design gets a little bit better. And then he moves to pivot to more of a subscription service about who needs to find a plumber or electrician. Mark was just talking about jobs to be done. Just fix my clogged drain. I don't need a plumber. And so it's a subscription service to fix clogged drains and do things like that. So I didn't necessarily know where this idea was going, but through interviewing, I was able to teach this entrepreneur and his company how to learn on a regular basis and not just think hard. But of course, as you can tell, success is more complicated than just launching a product. You've got to either drive adoption, which usually leads into commercial goals. And so as you're thinking about, it's so hard to build this product, this feature, this concept, this service. But really what you want to be obsessing about is, does anybody want it and will they adopt it? Well, of course, you can wait till after you build it, like this entrepreneur, and be quite depressed. Or you can use product discovery techniques in advance. And that's what we'll talk about today is customer interviewing, doing this in advance of writing code. So you're talking to a software engineer who's telling you not to write code. So what's another reason? Well, let's stop wasting engineering time. Again, I feel sorry for all the engineering time that I wasted over the years. So I see this a lot with my clients when I first meet them: build, build, build. You know, we have these cycles, but really it's just build. What I want them to do is to really learn first, then build, and then measure what happened. Let that lead into the next cycle of learning, building, and measuring. Sounds simple, but not as common as you think. So a lot of these build, measure, learn cycles concepts came out of Lean Startup. And the idea is that in this, well, who here has read this book? Oh, wow. Who here has heard of this book, but not yet read it? Okay, perfect. So one of the core stories is about how Eric Ries and his team wanted to build sort of a avatar virtual reality chat system. And they decided they would kick it off by integrating with a bunch of other chat systems to have people kind of drag their friends to this new chat network. And so they got the great idea, and then they built 6 chat integrations over a period of 6 months. And they turned it live, and they got 0 traffic. So my question for you in the crowd is, whether you've read the book or not, thinking of these, like, how could you learn without writing code, and that story I just told you, what could he have done differently? You can chat it, you can put it in, you can just unmute and tell me, but what could he have done differently besides writing all that code and spending all that time?
I think this might be a trick question. Is it interview customers?
Yes, but how would you, well, yes, that's one of the answers. Yes, got a quiet crowd here, but yes. Make a paper prototype.
You could have mocked up
like,
the experience somehow in the other chat rooms. You could have just had a link, come and join this other chat or something. Like you could have mocked up the service somehow without doing any coding.
Yeah, you could mock up the service. If you have an existing system, if you had like some sort of chat running with some people, he could put the button there and see if anybody wanted to click it. He could do interviews in advance with a system that looked like it and see if anybody would actually integrate it. And so you could use a paper prototype, or you could use a clickable prototype, Envision, Balsamiq, Figma. The idea is to find your target customer and interview them and get some preliminary information. Now, we don't necessarily get proof, but we get evidence. And the idea is that instead of 6 months of writing code, you could maybe integrate to one chat system. You could maybe put a fake door test, a little button inside of the existing application, or you could do a prototype interview. So many different ways to test it without risking so much money and time. So yeah. Okay, so why do we talk to users? The third reason I have here is how compelling is the idea? This is one of the harder parts of customer interviews, which is can you actually get them to give you a signal of demand? And Alberto Savoia, I saw him speak a couple of years ago, and he wrote this book that not a lot of people have heard of, but it's a great book for companies that want to really explore different prototypes, how to measure them. He has a whole system for thinking about this, but he really feels strongly about what's called skin in the game, which is, can people give you some signal of demand? Opinions are free. I'll certainly give you lots of opinions for free. I mean, you can hire me as well, but love to give opinions on anything. But you know, you can get a reaction from users, get an opinion, get a thoughtful response. Skin in the game costs something. Can you get the user to give you their real email address, not just a spam email address? Can you give a cell phone number, a home address? With that entrepreneur trying to find plumbers, we were looking to ask people for their home address so we could find the right list of plumbers and electricians near them. Well, as it turns out, people would not give this to us. But through customer interviewing, we realized they would give us the intersection. So in San Francisco, I live at 35th and Balboa. It doesn't tell you exactly where I live, but it gives enough information for the algorithm to find the right list of folks for you. So in Discovery, you can learn you can learn about privacy, you can learn all kinds of things. Credit card information. What if you got them to pay a financial deposit? You know, the larger the deposit, the higher the confidence. Can anybody think of a good story here about paying a financial deposit for just an idea? Anybody done that here? Anybody bought into a Kickstarter?
Oh,
anything else?
Yeah.
What'd you buy, Mark?
A weather balloon, topically. I have a sneaking suspicion it was sent from China in actual fact, but no, it was before drones, so it was a long time ago. And I got a weather balloon that you could send a camera up on, and we did a project at school, and
oh wow,
sent a camera up rather than a child, unfortunately, which would have been far more entertaining. And it wasn't shot down.
Wow. I mean, if you live west of Mark in the jet stream, be afraid.
Everyone's west of me in the jet stream.
Exactly. So you know, Tesla did this in 2016. They said, hey, we're going to make this car. It's going to be cheaper, and like it doesn't exist, but hey, you should sign up for it. And 325,000 people signed up for it. Gave $1,000. No interest on this money, just sat there. I had two friends. I'm like, you really signed up for this thing? 3 years to deliver. But that represented about $14 billion in sales. And so that was a lot of confidence they could have to really commit to this project. And just want to remind you, when you're out there and you have a new idea and you're trying to get feedback on it, you can do more than just opinions. It's not easy. And it's different per product and per business model. But it does give you more confidence, right? Levels of confidence in user interviewing. So who? Who should we interview? Okay. Oh, someone that you don't know that fits the description of your target customer. Okay. By the way, I'm going to call this a relevant stranger. My new term for it. Relevant stranger. Not your friends, not your coworkers, not your family. Someone, if it's an existing product, you could be thinking about someone who's recently used the feature, product, or service you built. Depends on if it's talking to cancer patients, the last year or two probably works because it's a very impactful event that people don't forget. If it is buying a fashion case for an iPhone, you might want to talk to somebody who's done it in the last 60 days because it's not that impactful of a purchase and you're not going to really recall that memory. If you don't have a product or feature yet, you might want to find somebody who might use the product, feature, or service you would build. Okay. It's okay to interview users again if they have constructive feedback. Now, the one situation you can't do that is in first-time experiences, because that confusion of onboarding and that first-time experience is hard to unknow. Okay. And it's okay to create like a user group as long as they're aligned to your vision. A lot of folks who have existing customers have a couple loud customers who just want you to build something as if you were an outsourced developer for them. So we want to make sure that you're focused on people that are aligned to your vision and getting feedback from them and making a partnership. And it sort of looks like this these days. I used to go to transit stations and shopping malls to interview people, and now we do it online. People do it from their cars. There's a guy who held his child during the entire interview. Again, just a sample of the 700 interviews, okay? Now, when do we talk to folks? This is classic double diamond of product development. Who's seen this type of diagram before? Okay, a couple of you. All right. Sometimes it's 3 diamonds, sometimes it's 4. I'm a consultant, but consultancies will definitely give you 4 diamonds, 5 diamonds, or 6 diamonds because there's, you know, things to learn in all the diamonds. My goal in life is to make this simplified and just enough process so that you can follow it, but then really understand why we do it. So let's just explain it here. We're going to start on the left, and we're going to expand our set of problems. So, and I'll tell you how this is relevant to customer interviews in a second. So you want to really get that, like, what are all the universal problems? Since Mark's like throwing things in the chat here, Teresa Torres is a great technique and talks on opportunity solution trees. This is a great place to sort of expand your problem set. As you're contracting the problem set, you actually, you have to find something to do, right? So you're going to focus in on a problem. Many of us get a solution idea from our executives, our stakeholders, our clients. Always reverse engineer the problem, okay? Then you go through design activities, brainstorming, competitive research to expand your solution. And I say solution experiment because you don't want to jump straight to a solution, right? When we do customer interviewing, we're going to have multiple options. I'll show you in a minute. And we use customer interviewing to really narrow these solutions down to a validated solution. So we do want external validation for our solutions. Most of us want external validation, right? So, but what's traditional product development? Well, forget about the user. And hey, there's this roadmap item and you got to get it done. Forget about experiments. We're not going to expand so far in our solutions. We're going to cut off that expansion. We're just going to build maybe the first thing that comes to mind. And this quote at the end, just get it done, is from many of my clients. Many of my product managers are under the pressure to just get it done. And this gets in the way of actual innovation, right? Speed is not innovation. Okay, so when do you interview people? So I've explained this diagram. You're now fully functional product managers because you know when to do what. Well, here in the beginning, you're gathering and understanding problems. I'll show you a user experience map, which is a technique I use when I do this. This is one of the more common places that people interview people because it's easy. Just sort of talk to them, ask them general questions, and get some feedback. This one is not as common, where you actually go back to people and you verify a top problem and success metric. And I'll show you a tool you can use for that. And least common is user testing your solutions. And this is sort of the product discovery valley of death, which is this diagram. Ta-da! Physical diagrams, people. So you do a lot of research up front, you feel confident, and then you just start building something and you come back to people like 3 months from now. Really bad idea. You want to test and iterate your solutions as you go. So again, gathering and understanding problems, verifying the problem in the success metric, and then testing solutions. There's also usability testing. I'm not going to cover that much of usability testing today. It's very well known. It's the very end of the process, just to make sure you haven't confused somebody. It's typically with very highly polished, pixel perfect type, prototypes and mockups. This will be a lot of the customer interviewing before that moment. Okay, so let's talk about this phase of gathering problems. So we're going to interview experts. Well, what's a good way to do this? Well, your team needs to get a little bit smarter at this product area. So if you're a new team, or if you're trying to delegate, like some of you, I've heard some of you say, you're getting out of PM because other people are going to jump into it, or you don't have a PM. Your team still needs to have a context of where the product fits in the world. So let's use that plumber example. I'm a homeowner on the left. There's a trigger. I have a clogged drain. A starting point, I'm going to text a friend. I'm going to get some suggestions. And for each suggestion, I'm going to go through this loop of finding out information. After I evaluate everybody, I'll choose somebody. And then hopefully at the end, my clogged drain is cleared. Okay. So that's the existing process. And then you use this to identify problems and opportunities. How might we ask our neighbors for recommendations? And you're going to brainstorm several of these. And they're all over the map, because at some point you might make a decision in different parts of your journey to do something different or to make a solution. So how might we ask our neighbors for recommendations was the core idea, and it fit right in this part of the user experience map. So this context is super important, and we interview experts to validate our intuition and to learn more problems and opportunities. So ask the expert to tell everything you know about the challenge at hand. Where is the map wrong or needs additions? Can you explain knowledge about how you make that decision? How did you choose between those plumbers? Ask why. So, the 5 whys works, although after 3 or 4 whys, people get pretty annoyed. And then tell me more about it. A lot of folks try to talk during interviews. Really, you want to listen. If you want to read more on this technique, get the Sprint book. It's a great book. Think about the Sprint book as like that recipe book at the bookstore from one of your favorite cooks and chefs, and it has all the recipes laid out, and you can think of folks like me as sort of the chef hanging over your shoulder, helping you tweaking these things so that it actually works. There are other touch points, win-loss analysis. So, and it's great to have product people do these interviews, because when a salesperson loses a deal, it's not that common that the not client wants to talk to the salesperson. Okay, so you as a product team can get on the line and talk to people about why they didn't or did choose your product. Go visit people. Go see what it is, especially if you're not familiar with the domain. Get to see how the electronic medical record is used. See how people use the admin control center for your facility. These are common problems my clients have. Read the reviews. No, it's not an interview, but it's getting data. Sit in on customer calls. Not technically an interview, you're just listening in, but sometimes you do ask questions. Sales, customer success, and support are meeting with customers on a regular basis. Tap into that. Go on a client listening tour. I did this. I met 2 clients a week for a year. 50 clients out of my 1,200 clients was an amazing, 100 clients. Can't do math when you're speaking. Was an amazing year to really get to re-know my clients. That was after this sort of acquisition and then divestiture. And they didn't seem to mind talking to a convicted monopolist, but the learnings from those interviews are quite important. And there's a case study later about that. We were there physically, we were there in Zoom, and we had customer events in different cities, Boston, San Francisco, things like that. You can send out surveys. If you pay for survey responses, you probably expect low quality. So surveying your existing customers is pretty good, but you should do qualitative research to understand what a good survey would look like and what the answers should be. Don't just send out quantitative surveys as your first thing. This is really too easy and the data is not that great. Okay, so we talked about gathering problems. Another touch point, an important touch point, is finding your problem and metric and reflecting it back on your customer. So we can interview business buyers and users. So who here is like, you consider yourself B2B, where the business buyer is not quite the user, almost like a B2B2B or B2B2C. Okay, Liz, Amy, Steve, Mark, yeah. So the business buyer, the target buyer and the target customer might not be the same person. One of my clients has a channel set up where there's an installer, there's a facility owner, there's a tenant inside that facility, the tenant has employees, and the employees have guests that come. So imagine just a very simple office building, and you have the access control system for that office building. You have sort of 4 or 5 layers of indirection. So you need to know in that ecosystem who to talk to and when. This cautionary tale about finding a top problem, about who to talk to, is pretty important. During that listening tour, meeting 2 people a week, we were shopping around this roadmap. It wasn't full of like colored rectangles, but actually had what we thought were great ideas. But I imagine that when my clients saw it, they just saw a bunch of colored rectangles because what was impacting them was the growth in mobile traffic and the fact that their websites were awful on mobile, not responsive. They didn't have apps and people were browsing but not buying. And they were incredibly worried. And this was the year that mobile traffic went above 50%. It's the year 2014, 2015. We listened to this. Our software for reviews was not compatible. So during these interviews, we learned to pivot and we threw away this roadmap and we did a total focus on mobile compatibility. And we did 6 months, didn't build really any new features, and came out with APIs, mobile responsive platform. Ours was so good that our clients started asking us how we did it, and we became like unofficial, informal advice givers about how to like turn on a mobile experience that was amazing. So again, when you're interviewing, you may learn things that you are not intending to learn. You may learn things you do not want to learn. You may have to hear it many times. But if you do it enough, you will be dragged kicking and screaming into the world of everybody's reality, not just what's in your brain. So don't build your product until you validate a problem and a success metric. And I use this thing called an opportunity assessment. This will look and feel like a canvas. That's fine. I'm not dogmatic about the actual device, except I really like simple, easy, lightweight devices like this. But you'll see it as like a canvas type operation, canvas type thing. So here, the business objective was mobile compatibility. The key result was, we decided a great key result for this project was product review completion on mobile goes from 10% to 50%. Just get it much higher. We did quite a bit of progress there when we actually launched it. E-commerce vice president was one of our common buyers. We also had IT. We also had marketing. Our customer was really the website consumer. They were the ones like actually submitting the reviews and had to work for them. And the problem was it's just too difficult to write a review on my mobile device. I had to squeeze it, move it, type it, and then fields would go away and I couldn't find it. And of course, the constraint for this project is about mobile devices. And with this opportunity assessment, my team was allowed to find multiple solutions to this problem. So a good problem statement, a good opportunity assessment necessarily allows for multiple solutions. Okay. So again, target buyers, target customers. Don't ignore your end users, right? They're out there. Make sure that you poke through and get to those end users. So there's product marketing and there's product management. Try not to mistake the two, okay? Because that renewal is going to be more locked in if you're delivering value for the person using your software, right? Now, of course, if you're doing monetary value for your client's business, a business buyer will be super happy. But if nobody inside that business adopts that that concept you've given them, you won't deliver that company value. Okay. You can test each of these concepts when you're doing an interview, similar as that user experience map. So this was inspired through the book Inspired, Marty Kagan. Again, the PDF here has Miro board with some slides and templates. Who here has used Miro? Kirk, Mark, Liz, Lucy, awesome, Ian. Yeah, Miro is fantastic. It was transformative when I picked it up a couple of years ago during the pandemic, and just it's been amazing to run remote sessions with it. So again, we've talked to different areas to do interviews. This last area is where we're going to spend the most time, and we do some practice, which is testing solutions. So like you saw that physical board I put up, the product discovery valley of death. This is where people somehow drop off in trying to get customer feedback. And it's the most dangerous area because you do waste engineering time, which you could spend on other things. You do lose money, and you don't know whether actually people want it. So here's another diagram. This is called the sawtooth diagram of risk. And again, you see that little learn bubble is in green.
Jim?
Learn, yes.
I have a question about that last slide. And so you had the one with, right. So no, actually the one with the valley of death.
Yeah.
So you've got like the solution that you want to show to your customer before you go and actually build it, but you're not getting anybody to respond. Should you take that as a signal that it's not worth building if nobody wants to engage with you to go through that? I guess the temptation would be to jump to building it, and then you find out you could have learned a step earlier that it was not the value that everybody said it was, right?
Now, if I understand you correctly, it's sort of perception versus reality, meaning they won't even talk to you because the perception of it is they don't want it. Is that right?
Well, it's kind of getting back to the original concept of having some skin in the game. If they're not willing to spend some time reviewing the solution, they're definitely not going to buy it. You know, that's that. I'm oversimplifying it, but I'm wondering if that's a signal of the lack of value of the actual solution.
It depends. I go back to the analogy of the horse and buggy and the car. And the people with the horse and buggy wanted a faster horse, a more comfortable buggy, maybe a roof, just they would keep iterating on this dead end concept. And if you said, hey, try this car thing out, they'd be like, what are you talking about? That's stupid. And so customers are really bad at envisioning future solutions. But if you were to put them in a car and they were to experience it, that is a transformative moment. And we think about solution testing, we're thinking of trying to create that transformative moment so they can get over that hump. And so I would make them use the product. I would pay them. I would do whatever I can to get some facsimile of the product or make them watch an explainer video. Maybe an animated video is a great way to show the future because it's cheap and animation has no laws of physics. Some way to show them the future. And once you feel that they understand that future, then you ask that question, how disappointed would you be if you didn't have this future? But if they don't understand your solution, then no, I don't really care about their opinion yet.
All right. Thanks, Jim. Sorry to interrupt. I didn't want to
Please interrupt.
Okay, sure.
Please interrupt. No, that's all good. Yeah.
Hey, Jim, I had a question.
Yeah.
What signals should we look for when we're interviewing customers? People say all sorts of things that would lead you to think that they're interested, but what are some of those signals that we should be on the lookout for?
Initially, you're looking for an emotional response. Oh, wow. Okay. So that's one very important signal, which is when you craft your experiment and when you start your interview, you don't want to overtalk it because you want to have somebody really, you want to wait for that moment of value to see if it happens, the aha moment. I would say people who overtalk it means they might be trying to justify liking it. So for those of us in America, this is very common. People want to tell us things to be nice to us. So you have to be aware of that. If when I did the product reviews company, we had 1,200 clients all around the world. I did average rating by country one time, as in just for fun. and the French were the lowest average rating for rating products. And I've asked French people about this time and time again, and my impression is verified by them is that they're really honest and will just tell you, yeah, this thing sucks. So I suppose folks in Europe have a much better feeling for this, but we in America, like, we get these fake positive responses all the time. So Matt, I would be careful about people who overtalk it, who seem nice to you. The longer you talk something out, the less you can trust that conversation. Because you might be steering the conversation toward liking it. Not always. Those are a couple things that come to mind. I mean, I'm going to tell you more about, it's more about the experiment you set up than about being an expert interviewer. That's the secret here.
Yeah, I like what you said about not over talking it from the perspective of the person who's walking them through the prototype, walking the customer through, because you want that organic aha moment and that emotional response. That's a unique sort of piece of advice that I really don't hear. So thank you for that.
Sure. And then, not to pick on you, but you'll never want to walk anybody through anything. Those days, you would sort of think those are over. And what you want to do is give that user control through a clickable prototype. Even Balsamic has clickable prototypes that users can operate. Not the prettiest thing, but it does work. And I know Tim was talking about Figma and high fidelity. What I would say is I take screenshots, throw them into Figma, and just make them clickable. And so you can do these quick, low fidelity prototypes, and you're going to experience one that I made personally. So
put them in the driver's seat and let them drive.
Yes.
Jim, on the subject of signals, this is going back to earlier when you're talking about different sort of customer touch points to gather, basically to interview. And one of the ones that kind of struck a nerve with me, because I feel like I've just wasted so much time and money chasing this, was you talked about kind of like the I think you called it the win-loss analysis. Mostly it's loss, right? And so you ask, the customer, why didn't you buy? And this is my guess, but I feel like they have to criticize the product in some way when it may be something else. It may be something totally else in their life. And so they'll say, oh, it's lacking this thing, this feature or this report or whatever. And I would take that at face value, go back to the product team, build that feature, and then come back to the customer and say, oh, now we have it. You ready to buy? And of course they don't buy. And I can't remember how many times I've done that. Because I'm not very smart. And so I've kind of grown to distrust feedback at that stage. And I'm wondering, maybe instead of that, maybe I'm asking the wrong questions or going about it the wrong way. I don't know. I'd love your thoughts on that, because you are in a conversation. They're willing to spend time with you and evaluate the product, so they've already invested a lot. So it seems like an ideal person to talk to, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like I've failed so many times in that area.
Yeah. I'm with you there, just by the way. I think, though there's no magic recipe here, my sense is, you want to hear something from multiple people. You want to draw some diagram where these ideas go back to problems or opportunities that you think are relevant for these companies. And so anytime someone gives you a solution idea, it's really important for you to reverse engineer the problem or opportunity. And that will give you a sense of the scale of importance to them. And my sort of scale of importance is, okay, well, someone used this, what's the use case? And maybe tell me why you'd use this, what's the problem? what's the frequency you'd use this? Is it a daily thing, like I'm checking my Facebook feed? Is it a weekly thing? Is it a quarterly thing? Is it a couple times a year thing, like I'm renting an Airbnb? That frequency is going to give me a sense of whether there's a lot of money in automating this, because if it's only every quarter, they're probably fine just like pulling the report by hand. And then I want to know, I think the press release technique, which is gaining more, I would say more importance these days, is talk about the future of when this thing exists. What would it do for that company? Would it drive revenue? Would it save money? Would it make people happier? Try to take them to a future state where the thing exists and have them tell you what the impact on their business would be. So I mean, those are some of the techniques, multiple people saying the same thing, really finding out that problem, learning about the frequency of it, and then trying to tie it to some metric and getting them to say, oh yes, this would drive this amount of money, or it would drive reduction in gross margin or increase in gross margin, reducing costs. So problems, metrics, sheer quantity of folks. Those are things that come to mind.
Jim, can I just jump in? I'm sure if we're kind of interrupting you too much now, but it was really interesting what you have to say, particularly that talking too much when answering questions, trying to almost negotiate with the kind of person before they come up with an answer. I was just thinking, having just read that Thinking Fast and Slow again, which is great. Is there a kind of psychological kind of context that we need to be aware of? And you mentioned the cultural context with the French versus American, telling you what they want to hear, being overtly honest, emotionally constrained or whatever. Is that something you need to be aware of? Is there a bit of digging to get below that surface, do you think?
It's setting up the interview. So you'll see that there's a setup part of the interview that's short, but meant to put the user at ease. Create the environment for them to give you feedback. But, really a lot of us now believe you want to create, Teresa Torres will say, create a compare and contrast moment. Mm-hmm. As opposed to a whether or not moment. And so as you get people to, and this is why when we do prototype experiments, I want people to stretch the idea set to ideas that they may not want to build. So that's why it's a solution experiment, because I have to teach my teams, the things you're showing people are not necessarily what you're going to build. It's like a test for the person that they don't know they're taking. And if you stretch the concepts, the ideas, some ideas will sort of pop out as, oh, I like this, oh, and I don't like this. And if you can get people to say, I like and I don't like, that's part of the win. If people are just giving you pleasantries, it could be they're not your target customer. When I do recruiting when I recruit people through online services, they're professional testers here. And I have to really ask a couple questions and decide, like, are they just saying really generic things to me? Maybe they're not they're not the right user. If they're trying to be nice to me, yeah, would you use this? When would you use this? Why would you use this? Absolutely. You might have to dig. Stay away from those yes, no questions, and get into their everyday life. Not like their personal life, but when they're in an interview, their business life is on full display. What is that moment you'd use this? And why, what does it give you as a business? And you might start to feel a lot of nice to have in the conversation. And nice to have is terrifying. Just absolutely terrifying. Because that means they're just not going to use it. Yeah, the mom test, exactly. I'm just looking at the chat here. The culture map. Someone's telling me about the culture map right now. My friend is reading it. Yes, if you are in international business, the concepts of low context and high context. This is why Americans are such dolts, because we are low context people. You need to spell it out for us. If you say something indirectly, we just won't get it. And then when we talk to other people, we come across as brutish because we're so forward. Yeah, interesting. Thanks, Andrew. Any other questions? We're close to the end of this phase, and we'll move into the practicing phase in a second. All right.
Right. Press on. Some excellent questions.
Okay. All right. Well, I did that, and now it hit everybody. Of course. That's fascinating. All right. We'll try something else. Sorry. You know, I found out what Zoom was doing all this time. Instead of improving this thing that we're using, they've been building Slack, and they've been building email. And someone convinced them to reinvent 2015. I'm blown away. I'm incredibly sad, and now I know why they're not doing well as a company. They've totally lost their way. Okay. Good. I can see what you're seeing. Perfect. This is just another way to look at it. Okay.
You've still got that bar across the top that says you're sharing your screen. That, you know, yeah, it's still like on the top of the thing we're seeing, the little bar. Yes, that thing.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And they're starting to have some of these lightweight bugs they didn't used to have, right? Where their own pop-ups are getting in the way of their own sharing. Okay, so here, the waterfall method, delayed customer validation. If you don't talk to customers, you can just imagine there's like a little bank account of risk building up, in addition to the other bank accounts of risk. And this is not a good bank account to fill up. And you're just sort of hoping and waiting. And I mean, maybe it's like a pre-revenue startup, right? The valuation is the sky when you haven't put a line in the sand about how much money your service or product will make. But we on the inside need to know whether something is valuable and what to spend time on. And so you want to construct your development process such that you can learn, build, measure, okay? On a regular basis. And that does this thing where it reduces the total risk. Okay, so making a test is actually more powerful than being a great interviewer. So the design prototype interview, the solution test, click on the writing code. Remember that cautionary tale about the entrepreneur who spent $200,000, $50,000 on market research, right? Which is, for those of us who do customer interviewing, market research is really not the same thing and not even close. So we'll talk about this example of improving Zoom breakout. So you'll see this again and again. I teach a class at Berkeley. There's 35 students that go into 10 or 11 breakout rooms, and I've got 10 minutes, and I've got to figure out which ones to visit. Who's quiet, who's got the videos on. How do I know which one I need to go visit to sort of like stimulate conversation and get them going? So let's say that you work for Zoom and you're going to like work on this problem. They have not worked on this problem, but let's just say they're going to. How can we use rapid discovery to figure out which ideas could move the needle here? Which ideas, to Joe, to your thing, how do I test perception quickly? Let's say you got 10 ideas on your backlog. Well, I got Zoom on my phone. I don't really use them on my phone, but they get to send me push messages like this. Zoom now offers advanced features to manage the success and health of breakout rooms. So of the millions of people who have Zoom on their phone, like, oh, who swipes this? Who ignores this? Well, let's try another one. Zoom now offers the ability to listen into a breakout room without having to enter it. Now, for those of us who run breakout rooms, we're like, oh, interesting. And for those who don't, they're like, this is creepy. See who has video turned on and off in breakout rooms without having to enter them. Again, they can also send this push message to people who have created breakout rooms before, because in their vast database, they have this information, right? They don't have to just send this to strangers. And again, you get the idea, like you have new ideas and there's simple ways. This is called a micro prototype. I just went through 4 ideas. If it's sent to people who make breakout rooms, this is probably enough to understand the feature and then what's the interest level. And maybe I start doing more customer interviewing and discovery on this interest level. Okay, now let's say I just want to bring in people and do customer interviewing, and I just want to show these messages to them. I'm not actually doing this in a real push message. Okay, so here's the video example. This is not about breakout rooms because I don't have a good video on that, but I do have a good video on improving classroom technology. I went to a classroom here in San Francisco with this team I was with. This is an engineer, Byron, who's interviewing a teacher there on the left. And there are 2 ideas you're going to see. I want you to think about which idea idea you think the user would actually use. Note that the user is in control of the prototype. The teacher is holding the prototype, and the prototype is quite simple. And you're going to tell me with thumbs up if you can hear the audio.
What we're going to do is walk you through a couple scenarios.
Okay.
There's 2 new apps or features we're going to ask you to go through. And then,
Cool.
like I said, give us your feedback. We are not testing you. We are testing the experience with the app.
Okay.
So there's nothing but just the app that we're interested in.
Got it.
So let's say it's after school, just like this. School's
Okay.
out, and you're using Dojo, and you've gotten this message, or you're just looking at your phone. Go ahead and read that. And
Try setting up an exit ticket for tomorrow in Toolkit. Slide to reply.
go ahead and tap.
Okay.
So do you know what exit tickets are?
I do.
Okay. So let's say that it's 4 o'clock.
Mhm.
You're ready to get you're done with all the immediate stuff, and
Mhm.
you're thinking about maybe planning and whatnot. So then you get this message from Dojo. Go ahead and read that and tell me what you think.
Try out Class Pals, a new way to connect your students with other classrooms around the world. Yes, I would do that. I would love to do that. I actually am in the process of doing that with Skype with another classroom for social
Really?
studies. Yes. But if it's already on Class Dojo, I would definitely use this.
Why is it interesting to you?
Because I want my kids to realize that it's not just them and their little San Francisco bubble, and there's a lot of things happening in the world around them. And to see a different first grade classroom with different first grade kids, I think it's a way to really awesomely connect the curriculum, because in first grade they're learning about the continents and we're learning about countries and oceans, and be able to see that maybe it's a different country.
So which idea do you think she preferred on first glance? Number 2 says Liz. Number 2 says Joe. Yeah, I mean, it was an emotional reaction, which is, yeah, interesting too. It's, and that's the, you could tell in that first one, she knew what an exit ticket was. If you look up exit tickets, my wife's a teacher here in San Francisco at a public school, and she knows, I've asked her about it, and it's a thing. What's another reason besides the emotional response that would give you confidence to do more discovery on that Class Pals idea?
So she was already looking to solve this problem. She was already trying to put together a solution through Skype. So it was kind of almost like she was cobbling together a solution.
Yeah, replacement technology is one of the most confident areas that you can enter. If you can do something faster and easier, and take this best of breed stuff and really make an integrated solution, that's a pretty good area to be in. So again, short ways to test things in customer interviews. And when she started talking, then I just said, well, why is that interesting to you? Right. And then she kept talking and she gave me more reasons to feel confident about what she was doing. So anyways, this is a very simple idea. And so again, I like this. That's interesting. I'd use this. You know, I might even say they're lying to you. It's like meh feedback. What do I want to hear? Ooh, oh, wow. Is this available? So to Matt's question a long time ago, this is one of the first things I look for. which means that when you're doing interviews, you have to really be paying attention to the user, not so much your script and your notes and your prototype, but you have to pay attention to those too. Okay, so we did Q&A, Mark. I think we'll probably just go through the next level where we start practicing. Yeah. Okay, so instead of one solution, we're going to test multiple flows. This is just a setup for our interviews. It's a compare and contrast moment. Like I said, it stretches the imagination of your team. Let's take an e-commerce experience. Homepage, search, filter, select, add to cart, checkout, billing, shipping, credit card. Let's just pick add to cart. I have clients who want to redesign this whole process. This is so much software. It's like 6 months of software, and they're going to do 3 or 4 months of design, and it's all this big bang project that seem great. Honestly, this is a big danger risk zone, right? You want to pick something small, innovate it, get it live. So let's pick 3 different concepts for add to cart. And we'll create an experience around it so that it feels like a real experience, like they've selected a product, they've done the add to cart, and there's a checkout experience here, like just a screen. But really we're focusing on this innovation by creating multiple versions of one thing. If you had this huge process, you can't possibly do multiple versions of each of these screens. You will barely get one version out, right? Whether or not decisions, one version is not a good idea. In fact, that's where you get that confirmation bias, putting one thing up to people. Being open-minded is creating an experiment and actually being innovation-oriented. You can see that like you're going to get some innovation here because your team's going to have to come up with at least 3 ideas or 2 ideas or 5 or 7. And that your designer will have to build the idea of the data scientist, not just his or her own design. And so to some degree, the designer's got to be open-minded to all of us creating user experiences in a cross-functional team. So how do you know where to start? I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. You need to pick a slice of your service or product. Okay, and you want to pick a valuable slice. That little green part at the top is value. Some people call this an MVP. To me, that's a 4-letter word. So I use the term vertical slice, where you're trying to pick a piece of the product that you might build and you do a test on this. You might call it an MVP test. So we're back to improving Zoom breakout rooms. I'm going to do a bad interview. Who would like to be my bad interview user tester?
Me. Oh, well volunteered,
right.
Emmy.
Perfect. Okay. So here we go. Emmy, have you ever created Zoom breakout rooms?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. So I'm going to show you a couple examples of maybe better ways to manage Zoom breakout rooms. What do you see here on the screen?
Some rooms with people in and information about their talk factor. And you can see if their mics and the cameras are on. And an option to enter the room.
Yeah, what do you think about it?
I think there's a lot of information there to take in across 3 different rooms, but I think if you got familiar with the screens, you'd probably end up quite quickly being able to interpret it. But I don't know if the purpose of this thing is to know which room to go into and help, then I'm not sure which one to go in still.
Okay, let me show you another example. Take a look at this one. What do you see here?
People's faces or not, 3 rooms and color signals, but I don't know what the color signals mean, but they're red, white and green. So I think green probably means something good. Red.
I love the heckling. This is good. Keep going. All right.
Okay.
Here's another example. What do you see here? What do you think of this screen?
So game 3 rooms, colors, red, white and green. It's clearer, like the indicator to me is the green looks fine, but then there's a black hand. I don't know what that means, and a yellow hand. It's a bit confusing. Although there's more information about who's talking most and the level of the conversation in terms of age. And system is giving a recommendation. Yeah.
Okay. Which of these do you think you would prefer to use? You can tell me to stop or go back.
I don't know if I would want any of them, really. I think a combination of parts of them, the best parts. I think the last one, the system recommendation, is kind of what I'd probably use as a kind of trigger to go in or not. And you've got options there, so you can either enter or listen or chat, which is quite nice. But it still has got quite a lot of information on the front screen.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. Everybody give a round of applause for Amy. That's a little bit short, but I'll give you some tips that I was doing that you could think about avoiding. Don't talk so much. I didn't necessarily talk that much. It's hard for me to talk a lot during interviews these days, but you don't want to narrate the on-screen options. I didn't necessarily do this, but I see my clients do it all the time. Don't fill the silence. Again, I could do a better job filling the silence here. You want to wait. Don't say this. What do you see? So I did do this. Describe the screen. What do you think about this screen? Please do not say these things. The reason is you've got eyes too. All of you here have eyes. You can see what that person can see. In fact, you might have had a hand in making this thing, so you actually exactly know what they're seeing. Describing it. So again, we got a lot of like design feedback from Emmy, like, oh, it's kind of busy and this and that. Like, oh, okay. And then at the end, I wasn't quite sure what she really preferred. And then there's this question called what's missing here, which I didn't ask, I forgot to ask, but that's a really hard question for users to give, because again, users are bad at solutions. It's your job to fill the spectrum and to give optionality. Once you give enough optionality, you might be able to get new ideas, but what's missing is quite difficult. In required software, it's not so hard. So I think in electronic health record, I have a client we're talking to a certain specialty, and yes, they know what's missing because there's required elements that they're looking for. But most people in optional software, they don't know. Don't ask users to read an email, right? I see this a lot. Hey, read this and tell me what you think. Do you know what's a great way to test an email or a piece of text? Who's done this before?
I haven't done it necessarily, but there's putting some kind of call to action in and seeing if people do it might be one thing.
Yep, call to action. There's something called a 5-second test, where you show the email or text on the screen for 5 seconds, and then you take it away. And you ask the user what they understood. And you don't necessarily tell them it's only going to be 5 seconds. And I've done this with systems, and it turns out people can understand quite a bit in 5 seconds. Okay, so I'm going to do a good interview. Who would like to be my good? Well, maybe we'll go back to Emmy. Want to be in the good interview? Let's go for it. All right. Everybody can open the script. You can see this here. Emmy, I'm going to have you open this link. I got that right. I did. Perfect. You should see a Zoom prototype. In fact, what I'm going to have you do is go ahead and load that link, Emmy, and then put it on your screen and show us. I'm going to do this briefly, and then we're going to go into breakout rooms where you're going to practice this. Okay. And so Mark or Kirk, if you want to set up the breakout rooms, it'll just be 2 to a room, and it can be random. And it's possible that folks that aren't on the video might be stepped away. And so we'll just monitor the rooms to make sure that if people come back, that we can pair them up. Great. Thank you for sharing your screen. Those of you, you can open up the script and you can follow along. I'm going to do this by heart because we're going to start. Emmy, thank you for taking the time. I'm Jim. I'll be leading you through the interview. Have you done a user test before?
No.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for volunteering, and it should be easy, and yeah, it's going to be fun. So I wanted to encourage you to be honest. This is a great time in our project timeline to get feedback. So there are no right or wrong answers. So we are just looking for your honest feedback on our product. You'll note that there are a bunch of colleagues on the line. They may unmute to ask you a question, or they may ask me to ask you a question. And is it okay if we record this session?
Yeah, sure.
Great, thank you. You'll see the script about sharing the screen. We've already done that. Tell me a story, a brief story about the last time you opened up and had to set up Zoom breakout rooms.
I don't do it very often. I may use Teams a bit more frequently. But yeah, so in training courses and things like that. Sometimes when you go into the training course, you don't know how many people are going to join, so you don't know how many rooms you're going to end up with, and it's a little bit a bit of an unknown. So
yeah,
that's the plan.
Great, thank you for sharing. So now what I'd like to do is go and click into option 1. And what I'd like to do is, here's a scenario where you're leading a session like you were talking about, and you're going to open breakout rooms, and you'd like to enter the room do you think needs you the most to create a healthy discussion. So go ahead and do that. Open the breakout rooms.
I clicked on option 1. I don't know where I'd click actually. Where? Oh, the rooms are down there. Okay. I don't know what I'd do here.
Yeah, go ahead and open the rooms.
Okay. Okay, right, I'm here. This is familiar.
So looking here, which of these rooms, what would you do next?
I'd probably, if I was just trying to keep things moving, looking at this, I would probably go to the room with all the red dots.
Why is that?
Because the red stands out as sort of quite a strong signal that that room needs help visually. But then I don't know, because then looking at it in a bit more detail, they've all got their cameras on and their mics on, whereas there's room 2 where 2 of the people have no mic and no camera. So that's probably the room I should go in.
Yeah, so thinking back to when you were a session, that would be the room you would enter if you had this information?
I think so, yeah. Daria's a bit quiet and has also got a camera off in room 1. But that's probably the room 2.
Right. Okay. Type R on the keyboard and that'll take you back to the beginning.
All right.
And then I would run Emmy through the rest of these. Let's go ahead and give a clap for Emmy. Thank you so much. You can unshare. And that's just a taste of it. What were the differences that you saw?
She had a lot more context in the second interview about where what she was looking at fit into the bigger picture. she wasn't just being asked to like look at these screens without understanding what exactly they were for.
Yeah, so be careful of dropping people into screens, even if they're the relevant customer. Yep. What else?
She had more control over it as well. You were asking her to use it. You weren't just, like I said, dropping her in, so she had to work her way around it as well, and giving her that option as well.
Yeah, that helps her really derive that context. You know, when she struggles to find the open rooms button, and then she opens it, she knows she's opening rooms. You know,
she did a very good job actually of describing her thought processes far better than I would have, because I would just be stabbing at things and not articulating it. So it's a good interviewee.
Really true.
I think the thing that struck me a little bit was that although you were obviously doing ABC testing on the breakout room descriptions, it also potentially surfaced the fact that the breakout room button is hard to find.
It is hard to find. I agree, Nigel. What else?
Fix that.
She was able to discover it in her own time. So she was able to kind of look at something, then think again. We didn't just jump in with her first answer and go, oh, good, thanks for telling me that. Here's the next question. She had time to discover.
Yeah, she had time to discover. I agree. What else?
It felt like there was a few different things that were being tested and it could be tested at the same time. There was the color of the buttons, there was the video on, video off, and again, it was interesting that she could look at it and spend time, because the things that jumped out of it at first was the kind of traffic light colors, but then later she kind of clocked the video and the sound thing, but they weren't as prominent. But sort of having the scope of quite a few different features, but with a specific problem, kind of enabled us to understand how useful those features are with a specific problem in mind.
Yeah, we know the design is awful looking, but in that first interview, the bad interview, we didn't necessarily understand her thought process about which room she would choose. And we thought to ourselves, oh, the design's got to be better in order to get better feedback. But when I said, what would you do? And I gave her the pressure of actually making a choice, she started to, like, her brain started to squeeze, and she thought, oh, I'll go to the red light, like you said. And then she was like, well, actually, the quiet rooms are the ones that bother me. And so there isn't actually a right answer to this prototype, which is why it's a good experiment, because people do have different reactions. But I have the same reaction as Emmy. I would go to the quiet rooms. Those terrify me. Yeah, as you go through the prototype and you ask these questions, there are different hypotheses that I'm making about talking or not talking, video or not video, and I use different design elements to bring them out. But really, the design elements are just to get into Emmy's head.
Yeah, I think the traffic light's interesting because it's so visually prominent. Then red means bad, but Emmy decided that actually all red in that instance wasn't bad. They were all talking. Some of them were too loud and some of them were a bit raw, but they were all talking, and that wasn't bad compared to white, which was actually really bad. But
yeah. So make sure I'm sharing this. Perfect. Okay. So user controls the prototype, user talks, or their setup screens to give context. We asked them to tell us a story. So I'm going to ground them in a real story. If she can't tell me that story, then we're actually going to end the interview, because it authenticates that relevant part. Remember, relevant strangers, not friends, not family, not coworkers, but they need to be relevant to us. If they've never opened a breakout room, their feedback on breakout room health is going to be useless. Okay, that's the difference between value testing and usability testing, right? You need that authentication. And then at the end of the interview, you'll see in the script, there's a survey question about which of these would you be disappointed if you've never had access to? And I think what I did ask her was, which room would you go into and why? And I kept going at which room. And so that's where, when you're done with the interviews, if you've recorded that for 5 users, you have a pretty good sense. And then skin in the game, I didn't ask for this because I kind of cut it off. But at the end of all of them, I would say, what if you got this at, a discount of 50%, and you could sign up right now, get it for $20 extra a year instead of the $40. In the script, you'll see that. And it's hypothesis focused. I don't have a set list of questions. I do have a set script in the beginning, but then I don't have a set of questions because I'm really looking for the answer to video, not video, red light, not red light, like which room we should go into. I don't know exactly where the interview is going, but I know that I set up a good experiment. So as you're going through this, you can remind people to think out loud. You can remind them of the prompt. What would you do next? Which room would you enter? You can kind of repeat these phrases safely. What would you do next? If they ask you a question, ask them the question back. Well, what do you think it should do? And then if they start talking about other folks, like Amy's like, oh, I've got a friend, and I bet this friend would be really into this. Forget about it. Just get the friend's email and interview the friend. Okay. So when you're stuck, think of these areas. Okay. So follow the script, sort of. You'll see the script here. Hopefully you've all opened it. These are the parts of it. This is the prototype I made through screenshots in Figma. Personally, I made this. So you can do this too. Okay. I use a tool called Snagit. At the end of the deck, there's a list of my tools. You collect a story, prompt the user, and you've got these hypotheses. And then you can guide the users through options 2 and 3. So what I'd like to do here is get you into actually interviewing. When you get into the room, you're going to play rock, paper, scissors, and the winner becomes the interviewer. Just do it once, and you lead the script, and the other person can sort of share the screen, and then you can act like the user tester. We probably have room, at least for one interview. It's up to Mark whether we want to switch and do 2, but you'll get a really good sense of it when you lead this.
How much time for each interview? Sorry.
Probably about 10 minutes to get through a couple options. And we got about 12 left.
Yeah, we'll probably do one because I'm sure there's going to be lots of things to kind of wrap up on, but we'll see. Yeah. We'll see how we go. We'll do that by. Great.
All good. I will send you all into rooms. Good luck. And off they all go.
Awesome, Kurt. Thank you.
Oh, I can see someone left in the middle of doing that. That's typical. Let me just fix that. Room 5. And I'll bring Mark out of it.
And I can go into a room if there's nobody there.
No, it's fine. There's one of them with 3 in it because Mark is in there because he was filling a gap.
Oh.
He's not needed, but he's refusing to come back.
Well, send me in. That's fine.
I'll add you into that one.
And then, is there a way I can chat you so I can leave the room? Or...
you should just be able to You should be able to hop out and say leave room.
Okay.
It should be at bottom.
Right,
it should be at the bottom. If not, you can raise your hand, I think. No, wait, hold on. Mark is back. So we're back down to 2 in every room. So you should, I don't think
you want me. Yeah, cool.
And here we can we could bop around to see, make sure people have got the script.
Yeah. Can we send a message to all of the breakouts and just make sure they've got a link to the script in it? Because I think we were slightly struggling to.
Yes, if you could remind me what it is.
There you go.
Thank you. Sent. There's a bunch of people screen sharing, which is nice to see.
Oh, cool! You can see that.
Yeah, yeah, seeing all sorts these
How
days.
do you tell whether people are?
They've got a little green screen shading symbol under.
Oh. Are you a co-host, Jim? Can you see this stuff?
I'm not. I can't see it. No.
Let me change that, and you can have a look. Make co-host.
Oh, okay. Oh, look at that. That is a new. Wow, they actually are doing something.
See, they are doing things. So they're doing a lot of things that I think maybe I get why people are so frustrated with Zoom, and there's a load of things that appear on my screen on the right hand side, the apps, or just like whatever. But they have done some things quietly. But I think, yeah, I mean they're struggling. I mean they're struggling. They IPO'd, and their stock price is absolutely enormous, and they're never really going to be able to justify it, unfortunately. Because I mean, it's that classic kind of thing of perfect storm of IPOing at a time when there was real appetite for things, and then the pandemic hit, and it was the only game in town, and so it's kind of exploded. Very difficult to. You can't have exponential growth forever, apparently. It's a weird old thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even
Just
the
out of
universe.
curiosity, I can see that one room no one is screen sharing, but in all
Yeah, I'm
the
gonna
other
go in
rooms,
there.
someone
Yeah, I'll
is.
go in there and check it out.
Yeah, maybe worth dropping in.
That's interesting. Is it just you and me in here?
Correct. And the whole of YouTube.
Yeah. Who to YouTube? They've been great sessions.
They have been good, haven't they?
They sound so surprised.
were you here in January?
Very, very engaging. Very engaging.
Yes, much more BoS.
Oh, you've paused.
Yes.
Yeah, I got lots of interesting thoughts actually.
Bear in mind, we're still streaming. We're just not.
Yeah.
Before you start giving out, your bank card number and your PIN. And...
Yeah, let's just do that. I haven't had a chance to go and find my doll pictures. I'm just going to nip in and melt it out again for the obvious reason.
All right, they're off the rails and they couldn't get them back on. That's okay. They're having fun.
Well,
They're
what
just
were they doing?
talking business and networking and talking ideas, and they asked me for a piece of advice, and I gave them that. And you know,
great.
You know, I'm gonna go check another room. Do you want to give them like 1 more minute? Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. And then we'll bring them back.
So I just realized what I said you didn't hear because I was on mute. Yeah, they had 1 minute left. Now you're on mute and I don't hear you, so that's wonderful. This is a really good conversation. All rooms coming back in 30 seconds.
Yeah, people have gotten a taste of it.
Mm.
So I did run over in the intro part, so they didn't get the whole thing.
Yeah, which is, it's a shame, but the intro was interesting. So I'll need to finish this. But yeah, I think it'd be good to hear what people think and maybe give them a few pointers to change or improve and then wrap up.
Yep.
That was fun.
What did you like? What did it help you? Have you done interviews before, Liz? Like, yeah, tell me about that experience of maybe not doing it and now doing it.
So I do try to like follow kind of best practice and stuff when I am doing interviews, but I liked that there was what I liked here is options, because when I've interviewed people, I've only ever really showed them one option. So I've kind of used these interviewing techniques about letting them talk and speaking out loud and all that, but I haven't sort of, it's the contrast where someone goes, oh yeah, I really like this, you know, because especially when they're comparing to something else, like I felt that, yeah, and also I felt able to like say, well, this feature I like that other option, but with this feature from option 3 kind of thing.
Yeah.
But it's just a really playful thing to do. I was the participant. I just found it fun I really like being a participant in user experience studies anyway.
All right. Who else? What other thoughts people have? What was it like?
I think I wasn't able to keep being an interviewer. I had to join in as the interviewee as well sometimes, and my feedback, which I did try not to do. There was a bit of a technical issue with our side. I don't know if everybody else had this, but we lost the chat and therefore lost the link to the examples. Fortunately, I still had it on my screen, so we were able to do that. But I think I lost the script as well. So I was very much winging it.
That's just going back to what Nigel was saying. It's very challenging not to, when they're telling you their story, to kind of join in and go, yeah, I've got another story just as good as that one. I found that's probably just me, but it's very difficult to pull back on that one and to take advantage of the silences. I think that you were saying, Jim, to allow the interviewee to talk. Sorry, Patrick.
Oh, no problem at all. I thought it was your greatest interviewer.
Oh, he's very kind. He was very good as an interviewee. It's excellent.
It's like they've basically just been plotting a mutual admiration.
Exactly.
Society. They weren't doing interviews at all.
Exactly. It's about 2:00 actually. Yeah, it's been a long time. The whole thing. Yeah, it was really good. I really enjoyed that. Actually. A bit stressful, but yeah, it was good.
I think the other thing, as well as like trying to like be in listening mode, not talking, because it's not really about you. The other thing that I find really hard is when it's your thing and you want it to work and it's not working, and it's like, oh, okay, yeah, that's really interesting, thanks, yeah, what would you do next? Whereas inside you're like, no, it's not working.
Yeah.
I was with Laura, and she's a UX designer, and I thought the whole thing highlighted the importance of having a script, which was very useful. Keeps you on track and make sure you don't deviate too much. But one of the things she said she would, sorry for speaking for you, Laura, but said that she always adds in when she's the interviewer, is she tends to put in a qualifying statement saying, I didn't build this. Don't worry about my opinion. You say whatever you want, it won't bother me, which I completely agree with.
Even if you built it.
Yeah, I always
Even
say
if you
that
built
as well.
it.
Yeah.
Especially if you've built it.
Yeah, I always say, yeah, you're not gonna hurt my feelings. Yeah.
That's great, Laura. Nice work.
So true. One thing I picked up on the conversations coming back was that comment about it being fun, and I've noticed that people, when they're doing interviews, it's just like this huge mountain they have to climb, and they're convinced that if they speak to their customers, the entire company is going to collapse and all their customers are going to die, or something worse than that. I mean, I just don't quite get that thing of, well, we can't talk to our customers because we're just really going to annoy them, or whatever. And then people say, oh, we've talked to our customers but we know what they want. Which generally means they haven't spoken to their customers and that they really need to be doing it a lot more. So there's a whole load of kind of excuse making, and then it feels like it's a real bind and a drudge to do. So I was delighted with it felt quite playful and fun, because they should be, and people love talking about stuff, and it makes people feel really important to be given something and given free rein to ask their opinion. And if you set those things up in the right way, it's energizing, and it's successful.
I think it also builds empathy. Like every time I speak to a user or a customer, I just feel such affection towards them and empathy that then it really drives. It's very motivating for driving you to do good work, because who's going to be using it, and you can imagine their sad little face if you don't do it very well.
Well, I was only 1 degree of separation from customers for a lot of my career at this Power Reviews company. As CTO, I would get feedback about customers' needs through all channels: CEO, head of sales, head of marketing, customer success, tech support, implementation folks. They would come talk to me about this. And to me, this input was actually annoying, and I really learned to dislike my customers. And I spent about 8 years. I didn't do all these practices most of my career. I did them towards the end of my career because when I was exposed to them, I realized there was a different way to do it. And once I started talking directly to customers on that listening tour, 2 folks a week, doing interviews with people who use reviews to make choices online, it changed my perspective, and I learned to love my customers. You know, I wasn't sure that I could build everything they wanted, but I knew why they wanted it, and I respected their asks.
It's a really good point. I think back to what Liz was saying, but we're adapting our product management much more now, but there'd be a small window of opportunity when our customers could talk to us. We would talk to them, we would get their feedback, and then we would shut that window and that'd be it. I think, and I enjoy it. I enjoy talking to customers. I enjoy talking generally. That's just, yeah. So being able to, I think the company's turning itself, working for Cambridge University Press and assessment with a couple of other colleagues here, to be encouraged to go back out and have continuous conversations as we develop, as we move forward. I think that's really exciting. That's really good. That's a real positive movement, I think, from the company. Because it is enjoyable. It's fun, like you said, Mark.
Yeah.
Liz, we do get the empathy when we talk to them, which is necessary when we develop products. Absolutely. It's great.
Amazing. Jim, anything you want to, because I'm conscious we've kind of run over, and like all of these things, I could talk till the cows come, and yeah, there's never enough time. So
there's more links in the PDF, that you can look at in my presentation. And then just the 2 things I always wrap up with is, do you need a professional UX researcher to do this? The answer is no. I coach my teams. 95% of my teams, of the 150 teams I've worked with, do not have UX researchers. They have people like us who are well-intentioned, who learn a skill. And as long as you're interested in someone's feedback, they'll feel that. And you set up a good experiment so that you get the good feedback, and then you can use my script. You have the script here. Feel free to copy it and use it, okay? And then how many people should you talk to a week? I'd love you to talk to 3 people. You don't always have to do a solution test interview. You can just sit in on a tech support call. You can sit in on a sales call. You can develop the empathy in small chunks. And you just get a mechanism inside your company where your product managers, your heads of engineering, your designers, you're just sitting in on calls on a regular basis. Best of luck. You're welcome to reach out to me if you have any questions. I'm on LinkedIn and various platforms. You can see all the graphics that I make on Instagram. So if you like to follow graphical things and you don't want to read, you can do that. It's been great to hang out with all of you. Thanks for having me.
Amazing. Thanks so much, Jim, and really appreciate your early start this morning. And I'm very glad that the sun has made it all the way around the world to you. We did see it over here today, which is unusual. Brilliant. Thanks so much, Jim.
Thank you.
Oh, look at that. Where is Jose? Where are you?
I'm based in Madrid. I work for Cambridge University Press.
Oh wow! Is that that's a backdrop rather than you're sitting in a beautiful garden?
Exactly. That's where I go running. It's not far from my house, and it's now a month and a half outdated. So I don't use Zoom that often. That is.
Got you.
It was true the last time I had the previous Zoom meeting.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Jim. Obviously, Lucy, Tim, for talking us through a real eye-opening day. But thank you to Quiet Light and to our supporters. Big shout to Kirk. Where is he? Pin him on
I'm here.
screen.
I am still here in the corner.
Yay. Thank you, Kirk. Just great, flawless. And thank you very much to all of you. I love getting together with people, and it really is great to be reminded just how energizing it can be spending quality time with good people. And I'm bound to say that actually I think online works really well, but in person is great. You can meet some of the people you've met today at our conference in Cambridge. Coming up at the end of March, I know there's a few people that involved today that are going to be there, but we've also got some other product people like Rich Mironov, Bob Mester, and others, as well as some fabulous attendees. So come and join us for that, and make a bigger dent in the world going forward. And we'll see you next time. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
See you soon. Bye-bye.
And as ever, last words to Kirk.
Oh,
just I'll see you soon. I'm always here. I'm always whatever you need me to be. So I will see you very soon.
Thank you, Kirk.
Thanks.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thanks so much.
Do I just kick everyone out?
Just did.
Nope. Oh, yeah, there they all gone. They all go on their own. They didn't need to be kicked.
Wow.
Lovely. Well, I'll kick you out then.
Yeah, well, we'll just switch it all off. Very well done.
No worries.
It was great fun. Let's have a kind of a catch up, not now, because it's. I mean, that was very energizing. I mean,
it was a good day.